J'ai l'honneur d'annoncer à la Chambre que le...
I have the honor to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing this House that the Senate has passed the following bill to which the concurrence of the House is desired. Bill S-217, an act to amend the Canada Revenue Agency Act, reporting on unpaid income tax.
House that a message has been received from the Senate informing this House that the Senate has passed the following bill with amendments to which the concurrence of the House is desired. Bill C-12, and an act respecting certain measures relating to the security of Canada's borders and the integrity of the Canadian immigration system and respecting other related security measures. Copies of the amendments are available at the table. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, government orders, government business number 8, appointment of Anton Bogman as Foreign Influence Transparency Commissioner.
Mrs. Diab for Mr. McKinnon, seconded by Mr. Sidiou. Brampton East moves that in accordance with Section 9, the Foreign Influence Transparency and Accountability Act, the House approved the appointment of Anton Bogman as Foreign Influence Transparency Commissioner for a term of 7 years. Debate. Débat. Is the House ready to hear the question? The question is as follows. Mrs. Diab for Mr. McKinnon, seconded by Mr. Sidiou for Brampton East, moved that in accordance with Section 9 of the Foreign Influence Transparency and Accountability Act, the House approved the appointment of Anton Bogman as Foreign Influence Transparency Commissioner for a term of 7 years. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader rising.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, pass on division, please.
Passed on division? Yes. So moved, so agreed. I therefore declare the motion carried on division. Orders of the day?
Orders of the day, Ordre du jour, Government Bills Commons. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-20, Build Canada Homes Act. Resuming debate.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, before I dive into the Build Canada Homes Act, I just want to wish my husband a happy 20th wedding anniversary on St. Patrick's Day. Mike, we are in this together, and through you, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to wish my husband, Mike, a happy anniversary. We're on this crazy ride together, and it's really been wonderful. So, as a former city councillor, I'm very familiar with the development process, acutely aware of the housing crisis. So I really appreciate the opportunity not only to wish Mike a happy anniversary, but to talk about the importance of the Build Canada Homes Act. This legislation establishes Build Canada Homes as a Crown corporation dedicated to building affordable homes, truly affordable homes, in communities across the country. The bill is the next major step in strengthening the federal government's capacity to address Canada's housing crisis. The need is very clear. Across the country, far too many Canadians are struggling to find homes they can afford. The phenomenon is not new, but it is urgent. In 2010, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives published a report titled Canada's Housing Bubble, an Accident Waiting to Happen. The headline on the news release cried, "The Housing Bubble at a Precarious 30-Year Peak" in 2010. So here we are 16 years later, and the challenge persists. Through different political leadership and through different market conditions. There are many reasons for the complex challenges we face with Canada's housing system. Over the past 30 years, the Canadian Building Construction Price Index more than doubled, the cost of land and labour is rising, and through it all, the supply of homes simply did not keep pace with the growing demand for market housing. And governments at all levels didn't invest in community, affordable, social, and supportive housing, believing incorrectly the private sector would fill that gap, when that's not its mandate. And although we're beginning to see promising improvements in several cities across the country, it's clear that more needs to be done, and crucially, that it be done differently. This is why we're taking a new approach. Since it was launched in September 2025, Build Canada Homes has made progress in scaling up the supply of affordable housing across Canada. It's driving more productive and innovative home building sector, acting as a catalyst for modern methods of construction. Combining access to federal lands, development expertise, and flexible financial tools under one roof, Build Canada Homes makes it simpler and faster to get big projects off the ground. With low-interest loans, equity investments, contributions, and guarantees, Build Canada Homes can fund construction in an innovative way. It's designed to partner across the housing ecosystem. It works in partnership with nonprofits, Indigenous organizations, private developers, and all orders of government. The federal government's investment in housing supports local jobs and local businesses, helping to grow Canada's economy everywhere. Build Canada Homes is also implementing the Government of Canada's Buy Canadian policy. This means prioritizing projects that use Canadian materials, strengthening domestic supply chains, while creating jobs that pay well, which aligns extremely well with the government's significant investments in training for construction trades. By also prioritizing modern methods of construction, such as factory-built housing, Build Canada Homes will spark a more productive home-building industry. I have seen this firsthand, Mr. Speaker. Guelph's packed homes can flat-pack a home. People from the auto sector, one of the most productive sectors in the country, have figured out a way with new materials to really assemble, particularly ADUs or additional dwelling units. They can ship them, they can assemble them in 4 to 6 weeks if they've got the zoning and the land. And so we're going to see more and more of these innovations right across the country. This will drive a steady demand for factory-built housing to speed up delivery, reduce costs, and improve sustainability. The Industry Committee just completed a study on productivity and how Canada can boost it. Did you know industries with the lowest productivity often include those that are highly labor-intensive, slow to adopt new technologies, or composed mainly of small firms, all characteristics of residential construction? In fact, in 2024, TD Bank identified construction as one of the lowest performing sectors in terms of productivity and said it was at a 30-year low. The need is so great, Mr. Speaker, that we can boost productivity in home building, and there will still be plenty of room for smaller builders. And every new home that's built will mean more demand for Canadian steel, lumber, and aluminum, helping workers and businesses thrive. A broad increase in supply will have a downward pressure on prices on the market side of the housing continuum. These are some tangible results provided by Build Canada Homes already. In just a few months, Build Canada Homes has delivered measurable project progress. Landmark agreements have been signed with many provinces and municipalities, and 6 federal land projects are advancing towards construction. Canada's housing crisis is being addressed. Do we wish it could happen overnight? Absolutely. With new innovations, thousands of affordable homes are committed, and we'll see shovels in the ground this year. Hundreds of projects are under review across the country, ready to break ground. These are concrete results that show how this new approach is turning ambition into action. It's what can be achieved when speed, innovation, and collaboration especially are prioritized. Housing advocates across the country are very excited. I met with housing proponents in Guelph just last week who are collaborating to submit a portfolio of projects. One, an affordable housing project for vulnerable families, and another, a multi-residential permanent supportive housing project for seniors who are struggling with mental illness. These are not projects that the private sector will build. The private sector has a profit motive. That's fine. But the private sector in Guelph also has a big heart. They then have been a huge provider of services, funding, supports, and very importantly, land in the last few years. Land to help previous Guelph projects literally get off the ground. Land is so often the core of this issue. So this bill also gives the federal government the authority to transfer the land holdings and development experience of Canada Lands Company Limited to Build Canada Homes. This will streamline and consolidate federal tools to directly build affordable housing on public land for public good. Build Canada Homes and Canada Lands Company will continue to work together closely. They'll continue to advance priority projects, including the direct build sites, and ensure a smooth transition. As a Crown Corporation, Build Canada Homes will be overseen by a board of directors responsible for strategic direction, risk management, and oversight of activities and performance. This would ensure alignment with Build Canada Homes' legislated mandate. A chairperson and CEO, both appointed by the Governor and Council, will provide leadership and ensure the corporation's activities align with government priorities. And this legislation provides Build Canada Home, importantly, with the independence to operate effectively while ensuring clear lines of accountability to Parliament. Avec l'adoption de cette loi et son entrée en vigueur,
With the passage of this bill and its enactment, Build Canada Homes will become a Crown corporation. It will be given the necessary independence to take risks, as well as enough operational autonomy to focus on how it can best achieve its mandate, all while remaining accountable to Canadians. Build Canada Homes, being a Crown corporation, will give it the necessary flexibility to carry out its mandate. At the same time, it will maintain clear accountability to Parliament. Build Canada Homes will have a wide range of tools in its toolbox. It will be able to hold shares, make investments, and carry out complex financial transactions. This bill carries out the promise made by the government in the 2025 budget. It's a historic bill which will help Build Canada Homes achieve its mandate to build more homes more affordably and faster, so we can ensure that every Canadian has a safe and affordable home to live in.
Canada, Mr. Speaker, no matter where they live across the country, should have access to affordable housing. A home is not merely a shelter. It's security, stability, and connection to community. We are facing a housing crisis, one that has been growing for decades. In response, the new government is adopting a new model, a new approach, new construction methods, and new partnerships and collaborations to accelerate housing construction, restore housing affordability, and reduce homelessness. Canadians need affordable housing now. This bill will help enable Build Canada Homes to continue to deliver on the federal government's promise to Canadians. It will provide a better, brighter future for home building across our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, thanks for the honourable member for her speech. I mean, the first question comes to mind when we need to build homes. Who build homes? Builders. People build homes. But what they need a way to be able to build homes. They need government to stand out of the way. They need municipality to facilitate. So all these conditions has to be provided by the authorities to make sure that homes built on time with productivity levels that's in place, and then with the numbers and efficiency needed. We don't need another bureaucracy to stand in the way. If another layer of bureaucracy is definitely going to slow down production and productivity, and that is the wrong path. I would like the honourable member to understand that and probably comment on it.
Honourable Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, delighted to take the question. As a city councillor, for many years, I saw the municipality streamline its processes because you're quite right. The private sector is building homes. But for 30 years, communities have expected provinces or the federal government to build non-market, affordable housing. And guess what? The private sector doesn't build that kind of stuff. Why? Because they have a profit imperative. Because, look, I have an economics degree. They want to maximize their profit. They want to pay higher wages, all that stuff. It's all fine. But there's a gap. And Build Canada Homes is going to fill that gap for true market affordability.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'Honourable.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like me, during the campaign, you probably heard the Prime Minister talking about all the homes that would get built. This would help our forestry sector. The sector, one of the sectors that is the most impacted by U.S. tariffs. Yet, in the bill, there is nothing about promoting the use of wood. But it gets worse. If the tariffs continue on the forestry industry, it'll wipe out the industry altogether. So the government needs to figure out a way to get liquidity to the forestry sector if it is to build homes with wood components. The government doesn't seem to be going down this path, and I'd like my colleague to comment on this. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do agree the government needs to support sectors that are struggling under American tariffs, which are completely unjustified. There are programs to ensure better cash flow for sectors like forestry, steel, and so on and so forth. All of this is important, but this bill is about making Build Canada Homes a Crown corporation, and that is important if we are ever to use Canadian wood.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, first, may I congratulate my colleague, her and her husband, on her anniversary. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I think it's really important that we recognize that we have a government that understands that it has a leadership role to play in terms of the issue of housing and affordability. As a federal government, not only are we investing by creating an agency, but we're also working with the other stakeholders, in particular our provinces and municipalities. And I'm wondering if she could provide her thoughts in regards to just how important it is that the government work with municipalities, provinces, and other stakeholders in order to meet the situation that today Canada is facing.
Honourable Member for Guelph.
So thrilled that my colleague asked the question. So the City of Guelph is actually a participant in the Housing Accelerator Fund from the previous government. And that funding has allowed all kinds of zoning reforms. So we've removed exclusionary zoning. We have seed money for accessory dwelling units. We have seed money for affordable housing projects. So that first step, that first foray of working directly has been extremely important. This next step is in the past 4 years.
Resuming debate, reprise débat. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Canada is in a housing crisis, and this doesn't come as a surprise to anyone in this place, and it certainly doesn't come as a surprise to Canadians who are looking for a home, looking for a place to live, be it a first-time home purchase or simply looking for shelter. Now, we can agree that there is a crisis, but how do we solve it? And the government has made some proposals. They have some ideas on how best to address that. And the Build Canada Homes Act is, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, going to cost about $219 million in operating costs. That's the administrative price of this bureaucracy. And it's not the Liberal government's first iteration of a housing bureaucracy, but it's their latest one. Housing starts are projected to fall sharply, but the government promised 500,000 homes per year. But they're not fixing the real barriers, and that's why we're going to continue to see the decline or insufficient growth in housing starts. So there's a few different ways that we would propose as Conservatives to address this. Market housing, we obviously have a supply side challenge, and we need to unlock that. The private sector is going to be the biggest driver in building homes. We need to recognize that, and we need to do what government should be doing, is getting out of the way, reducing the burdens. Removing taxes like the GST on new homes and tying federal infrastructure funding to municipalities to permit more housing. This is part of an approach that will absolutely lead to faster project approvals and easing of prices for home buyers. We also need non-market housing. And private developers are not going to be the ones to solely fill this need, but supportive housing, Indigenous housing, and housing for people experiencing homelessness need to be addressed. And they need to be addressed, those needs need to be addressed urgently. But this federal bureaucracy, and let me give you that number again, $219 million in operating costs is what the Parliamentary Budget Officer has said it's going to cost. Take money away. It takes money away from approaches that work and approaches that we advocate for. Now, we agree, we come at this from a point of agreeing with the government that there is a housing crisis, and that there's a homelessness crisis, and that there's an addictions crisis. But what there isn't a crisis in is the creation of too few bureaucracies by this government. But what happens when government provides the funding to the people who need it without creating a new bureaucracy? So a good example of that is in my community. I'd advocated for supportive housing. There was a municipal building. It was a former administration building for the water pollution control plant. And along with my provincial counterpart, MPP Steve Clark, we encouraged the local government to free that up for supportive housing, which they did in partnership with the United Counties of Leeds-Grenville. And they pursued a service provider and project funding that would house the homeless and help to treat those suffering from addiction, but also to give them the tools to get well, to get off drugs if they were suffering from addiction, to give them skills for employment, help them find market housing and a job, and once they graduate through, for a new space to be opened up for someone else. Now, the Pathways supportive housing project in Brockville that's being administered at that site by the John Howard Society is a great example of funding that can come from government. It was $850,000 to operate that program, and it's going to change the lives of dozens of people every year by getting them off the street, getting them off drugs, helping them to get jobs, get into market housing, to reunite with their families. And this is incredible. This is the way. Now, the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness administered these funds, and this comes from a government program. It comes from the Homelessness Reduction Innovation Fund. Now, are the parameters of this program perfect? No. No government program is. But when we're comparing investment where it's needed, $850,000, that's going to help dozens of the most vulnerable every year in one community. Now you take that in terms of the value for investment against, and I keep looking down to make sure I get the number right from the parliamentary budget officer, $219 million in operating costs alone for this latest bureaucracy. So you can see that we agree. We agree that on what the problem is. We agree on some of the ways to solve it, but where we disagree is the expenditure on another bureaucracy, and this is one of those things. How quickly we can build homes in this country can also be addressed with expanding skilled trades participation and continuing to unlock private investment so builders can deliver homes faster and at greater scale. Now, I had the privilege to serve in the Canadian Armed Forces, and I was a tradesman. I was a telecommunication lineman, so I got to work with all kinds of construction trades, and it was tremendous. A tremendous opportunity for me. And I got to work with the greatest Canadians that I've ever encountered. And my experience in meeting with building trades in my community is that the hardworking men and women who build stuff, who fix stuff, these are the folks where it's easy to see that investment brings a great return. And so partnering with, if we want to find ways for all levels of government to work together, investing in our skilled trades, recognizing their credentials uniformly across the country, giving them fair tax treatment, as fair or fairer than CEOs who are able to write off their travel? What are we doing to encourage people to enter our building trades? So we've had this housing shortage for years, and we've seen the supply challenge for years. But we've also seen the creation of new housing bureaucracies over that same period of time, and the problem hasn't been solved. So we agree that there's a problem, but where we disagree is on the expenditure of hundreds of millions of dollars for the creation of a new bureaucracy, when investment in the areas where it matters most, we can agree on that. Cutting taxes, removing the GST for first-time home buyers, that'll get the job done. So let's find ways where we can work together to help Canadians without the creation of another bureaucracy that will only drive up inflation through higher taxes, but won't do anything to meaningfully address the housing crisis that we find ourselves in here in Canada.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, I disagree with the member's assessment of the need for the agency, and I think he does bring up one valid issue that I do support, and that is the area of nonprofits, many different agencies that are out there. I'm thinking of Habitat for Humanity. Habitat for Humanity in the city of Winnipeg has done amazing things. And they have received federal support in the past. And it relies on a lot of volunteerism. It relies deeply on individuals that are challenged to be able to own their very first home. And it was, if not for Habitat for Humanity, hundreds of people in Winnipeg would never have had really the opportunity to own homes. And I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts, because Habitat for Humanity is a national nonprofit on Habitat for Humanity.
Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Habitat for Humanity is it's a real lifeline. It is it's a program that frankly provides dignity to folks. And I think that the creation of conditions where we can allow people to continue to live with dignity or to find that for the first time is an area where we can collaborate. These not-for-profits are experts in being able to deliver these types of solutions. And partnering with them, working with them, I think is one area where we can find common ground to stomp on, and those are good investments for us to make.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, housing is usually a provincial area of jurisdiction for the provinces in Quebec. My concern here is that, again, the federal government is thinking of creating a structure that will increase the response time to actually build. Wouldn't it be simpler to just transfer the money to the provinces so they build housing, given that they're in the best position to do that?
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
The Government of Canada provides all kinds of money to municipalities, to towns and cities, and we can help to incentivize in every province and territory new home construction by increasing or bonusing municipalities when they make regulatory changes that accelerate the construction of homes. Whether it's fourplexes or making sure that there is housing densification near transit projects. These are criteria that the government should set, and they can continue to or even increase the funding as long as we see measurable outcomes, which is what all federal funding should be tied to, because that's what Canadians expect. There needs to be more housing faster, and municipalities, cities and towns can be a real player in that right across the country.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent comments today. One of the issues the Liberals seem to keep putting forward is just little dribs and drabs of a tiny bit of new supply, 100 here, 100 there. It's clear Canada needs hundreds of thousands of new homes. We are in a supply crisis, not a government spending crisis. I wonder if my colleague could comment on the fact that there's nothing in Build Canada Homes that's going to reduce the regulation, reduce housing costs for Canadians and developers.
Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
I want to thank my colleague from the beautiful city of Edmonton, which I'm proud to have called home when I served in the Canadian Forces, for his great question. And I want to draw him back to the PBO's estimates on this program that will add 26,000 homes or 5,000 homes per year. That's certainly a long way from what the government's promising. And what we need to see is a reduction in taxes, reductions in regulations, and working with the municipalities so that they create the conditions so that we can get housing densification, more houses built, and address this problem without a new, expensive, Liberal bureaucracy.
Resuming debate, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin not with a policy argument, but with something more fundamental, a question that I think most Canadians are grappling with right now. Can the next generation afford to live in the communities where they grew up? Now, for too many Canadians, and certainly this is the case in my riding of Vancouver Granville, the answer is no. And I think it's worth sitting with that for a moment, because before we get into the mechanics of the legislation, because the mechanics only matter if we're honest about the scale of what it is that we're trying to solve. We're not dealing, Mr. Speaker, with a temporary market fluctuation. We're dealing with a structural deficit in housing supply that has compounded over decades in communities large and small in every province and every territory. The cost of the cost of inaction shows up in families doubling up in homes that weren't designed for it, in workers who can't live near the jobs they're being asked to fill because they can't afford to, and in young people who have quietly stopped imagining home ownership as something that belongs to them. This bill is one part of the government's response to that reality. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-20, the Build Canada Homes Act, proposes to transition Build Canada Homes from a special operating agency within Housing, Infrastructure and Communities Canada into a Crown corporation. So I want to take a moment to explain why the distinction matters, because I think it's easy to hear Crown Corporation, to think of it as a bureaucratic technicality or a boondoggle, but it's anything but. A special operating agency, however well-resourced and however well-intentioned, operates within the constraints of its parent department. It can't independently hold assets. It can't take on the kind of financial risk that is required to build complex or large-scale housing development. And it can't move with the speed and flexibility that a housing crisis of this magnitude demands. A Crown corporation, on the other hand, can do all of those things while remaining fully accountable to Parliament and to Canadians. So what this legislation does in practical terms is to give Build Canada Homes the legal and operational independence to deploy $13 billion in additional capitalization, to hold and to develop public lands, to enter into complex financial arrangements with provinces, municipalities, nonprofits, Indigenous housing providers, and to do so without the structural friction that has, quite frankly, slowed federal housing delivery in the past, regardless of who has been in power. It authorizes the integration of the Canada Lands Company, which brings with it significant land holdings and deep development expertise under the Build Canada Homes umbrella. It enables nonprofits, church groups, and other organizations to bring their land to bear in helping to solve the housing crisis in this country. That matters. Federal land is one of the most under-leveraged assets we have in addressing the housing supply gap, and this legislation begins to change that. Now, Mr. Speaker, the arguments that one could make against this bill are predictable, and they deserve a substantive response. We will hear, and we've already heard, that this is yet another federal bureaucracy, that the government is inserting itself where it doesn't belong, that builders build homes and not bureaucrats. And I would say with the greatest of respect that this framing misunderstands what Build Canada Homes is designed to do. Build Canada Homes is not competing with the private sector. It's not designed to replace builders, developers, or market mechanisms that have an important role to play in housing supply. It's designed to go where the market on its own has demonstrated it will not go. Deeply affordable housing, non-market housing, supportive and transitional housing, housing for Indigenous communities, housing in places and for populations where the financial returns don't attract the scale of private capital that other markets do. This isn't government overreach, Mr. Speaker. It's government doing what only government can do. And I want to point out something concrete, Mr. Speaker, because I think this debate benefits from moving from principle to evidence. Last month, Build Canada Homes and my province, the province of British Columbia, announced a partnership that I think illustrates exactly what this model is capable of. Through that agreement, Build Canada Homes committed $170 billion in capital, which in turn unlocked $640 million in provincial investment through BC Housing. Together, that partnership will deliver over 700 shovel-ready and supportive transitional homes, with construction beginning in the next 12 months, alongside at least 400 affordable rental homes using BC's DASH program, that is digitally accelerated standardized housing, which uses prefab Canadian components to reduce cost and construction timelines simultaneously. One federal investment, multiple times its value in leveraged provincial dollars. Over 1,000 homes built using innovative Canadian construction methods on a timeline that would not have been achievable under the old model. This is the logic of this legislation made real. And it's not an isolated example. Since its launch in September, Build Canada Homes has already secured partnerships and agreements with the City of Ottawa, provinces of Nova Scotia and Quebec, and a tripartite agreement with Nunavut and Nunavut-Tunagavik Incorporated. All of these represent, together with the BC agreement, more than 8,600 new homes already. Now, Mr. Speaker, since I got elected, I made a commitment to my constituents that I would do everything possible to bring affordable and rental housing to our riding. Since I got elected, we have delivered more than 10,000 units of affordable and rental housing in Vancouver-Granville. But that's not enough, and that's why this work with Build Canada Homes is essential. So I want to say a word about affordability and accountability, Mr. Speaker, because I know it will be raised, and accountability should be raised. Accountability is not a distraction, from the urgency of the housing crisis. It is what makes sustained long-term delivery possible. Build Canada Homes, as a Crown corporation, will operate with a board of directors and a governor and council appointed leadership. It will be subject to the FAA. It will report to Parliament. The minister retains authority to issue directives, but these are not weak accountability mechanisms, quite the opposite. They are the standard framework that has governed effective Crown corporations in this country for generations. The question is whether or not there will be accountability. The question is not whether there will be accountability. The question is whether we are willing to give this institution the independence that it needs to actually deliver. And this legislation seeks to balance that in the right manner. Mr. Speaker, I think about this bill in terms of what makes 10, 15 years, or Mr. Speaker, I think about what this bill achieves when we look down the line 10 or 15 or 20 years. What will it make possible in that time frame? We know, because history has shown us, that the most consequential investments governments make are really the ones that produce immediate, visible returns. This isn't just about between now and the next election. This is about security and stability for generations of Canadians. The infrastructure that was built by previous generations, the institutions established over decades, the long-term bets on innovation and capacity that have compounded over time. These are what define whether a country is building towards something or simply managing its present. Housing affordability is one of those long-term bets. Turning Build Canada Homes into a durable, well-capitalized, operationally independent institution is not a quick fix. It's a foundation that, if built well, will be delivering homes for Canadians long after the politics of this moment have moved on. I believe, and on this side of this House, we believe that is worth doing. And I think it is worth doing urgently. The evidence of the last 6 months, the partnerships, the projects, the capital deployed, the communities engaged from British Columbia to Nunavut to Nova Scotia, suggest that we have in Build Canada Homes an institution that is ready to rise to that responsibility. Mr. Speaker, when I think about what we've already accomplished in my own writing, whether it's the Seroptimist project, which is women-led housing for women-led women-led families, whether it is the Ashley Marr project, which turned a small number of co-op units into a larger hundreds of co-op units alongside rental, whether it's the Sanok project in the north end of my riding, each and every one of these projects, supported by the federal government, has enabled different types of housing to take shape. It has helped to address the missing middle challenges. It's helped to address what workers need to be able to be close to their jobs. but we need more. In order to be able to move quickly, I think every single person in this House recognizes that CMHC has not been able to deliver this on its own. And so this is why Build Canada Homes, given the space, the authorities, the capacity, and the independence to be able to act, is going to do what we all need it to do. It's going to unlock private capital. It's going to unlock the investors that are going to be able to partner with government. It's going to unlock lands held by the federal government. It's going to enable all manner of groups and organizations that have land but don't have the means to be able to develop to work with the federal government, to be able to look at a portfolio approach across this country to develop housing where we need it most in the communities that are in desperate need of this. Mr. Speaker, this legislation is going to transform positively the lives of Canadians, young Canadians, and those most in need. It's also going to make sure our communities are resilient, to make sure our cities are strong, and rural Canada has what it deserves, the type of housing where we are going to see an increasing and growing need. I encourage everyone in this House to support Bill C-20. I know that by moving forward on this legislation and by giving Build Canada Homes the space and the mandate that it deserves, we will see the results that Canadians deserve from all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the member opposite's comments on how the bureaucracy doesn't build any homes, and they have to actually have a mechanism to do that. But in his process, it said that this was going to allow us to use unused lands that in the different corporation or different parts of the departments, and yet in this bill, if he could tell me where there's any limits, goals, numbers for departments to actually say these are what is possible for vacant lands. Because from what my understanding is, the departments themselves determine what is vacant, and they may never actually come up with what any available lands unless they're given goals and requirements.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation.
Thank you. I want to thank the member opposite for his question because it's a very good one. I think it illustrates some of the information that I think people should have access to. And I think as each department has gone through and looked at their land inventories, that's one step in the process. There is also a process by which Build Canada will go and ask pointed questions about where inventories don't look like they line up with reality. I'll give you a good example of this. Mr. Speaker, as we all know that there are Canada Post facilities across this country, some of which have been designated, some of which have been not. There's going to be a process that the folks at Build Canada Homes will, I'm certain, undertake to ensure that where there is an opportunity to be able to access those lands, there is. In my own riding, there are several pieces of land that the federal government owns that are now going to be part of the portfolio approach, that are going to be part of this, including the Heatherlands, which is going to be an important development. So I think if we all look at those opportunities together, we'll be able to achieve success. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquin.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquin-Angers. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank our colleague for his speech. Listen, everyone agrees we need to invest in housing and that we're in a crisis. But the federal government has always used these crises as a pretext to centralize power. We are in favor of building more housing, but we have a concern about building Canada Homes, that it will create a centralizing structure. But housing is actually an area of Quebec jurisdiction. What guarantees can our colleague give me? Because there was an agreement with Quebec recently, but we don't have the details. But the agreement does exist. It's only valid for a year, 5 years, 10 years, I don't know. What guarantees can my colleague give me that this institution will not continue to trample on Quebec jurisdiction?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Monsieur le Président, je remercie.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Well, the fact is that there is an agreement between Quebec and Canada to work together on the structure of Build Canada Homes. And that should allow my colleague to feel comfortable with the idea that indeed we will be benefiting from the expertise of Quebec and that we will guarantee cooperation with the federal government that will be good for Quebec. And we can use all the experience, capacity and powers of Quebec in order to ensure that Quebecers will benefit.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre, Don Valley East.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have already seen examples of this government supporting new housing projects like 612 new co-op homes near Kennedy Station in my riding of Scarborough Centre, Don Valley East. Could my colleagues share how projects like this demonstrate the kind of community-focused housing this legislation aims to deliver?
Great question.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question and for the amazing work that she does in that community. This example that she has presented is a perfect example of how community-led initiatives actually give government the priorities that they should be using. When we look at the types of projects that communities need, communities know best what they need, and by being able to work through the Build Canada Homes process, they will now be able to put those projects at the fore as their priorities. And this is one perfect example of that, and the more of this that we can do, the more communities will see that government, in fact, partnering with them, can deliver the types of results that they deserve.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Montmorency, Charles.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, in my riding, like elsewhere in the country, families work very hard. Every day they get up, they pay taxes, they work hard, they want a better life for their children. But today, for too many young families, seniors and workers, they are now seeing that it's impossible to find an appropriate home at a reasonable cost. This is not just a housing crisis. It's a cost of living crisis, and it's a rural development crisis. It's also a crisis in terms of our governance, because the government is spending a lot, but they don't deliver a lot. They promised that they would build 5,000 units a year, but in terms of the projections we're actually seeing, only around half will be delivered. Less than half will be delivered by 2030. We are very far away from liberal promises and the needs that families actually have. Families that are just wanting to be able to get a home, to buy a home, but they will have to keep renting because the market is just not there. And what is the Liberal government doing? Instead of actually coming up with a plan, they're just building more red tape. Instead of increasing housing starts, they are just adding a fourth housing bureaucracy. Instead of having clear objectives, the minister himself has told us that there is no overall objective that has been set on the number of homes that should be built. So the government doesn't even know how many homes it wants to deliver. Given that that's the case, how can we as elected officials and as the public, how can we trust them? And even once it starts delivering, it's clear that Build Canada Homes will only be able to deliver 5,000 homes a year, which is 1% of what was announced, 500,000. This is not a strategy that is worthy of a level of the crisis and the needs of families. These are just photo ops, announcements. It doesn't actually do anything about the real problems. Meanwhile, people are seeing interest rates going up. They're seeing that they can't buy a home. They see that their budget is being gnawed away by rent prices. They see their kids can't move out. In my riding, Montmorency, Charlevoix, we see that for people, for single parents, seniors, students, for small businesses, for all sorts of people, it's very hard to get by, and small businesses can't find employees because employees can't afford to come live in these towns. Having a home is basic for founding a family. It's also part of the future of our communities. It's a matter of economic vitality. It's a matter of social health. It's a matter of being able to live throughout our territory, and it's also an existential threat for our regions. The federal government, of course, can't do it all by itself. We know that. In Quebec, we know that a lot of things have to do with municipal and provincial governments, like permitting. But the federal government does have responsibilities and should be able to help in areas of jurisdiction. The federal government can lower taxes. It can improve transfers under certain programs. The federal government can free up lands and buildings that it owns. It can put an end to the kinds of obstacles that are preventing construction from proceeding, it can create clear agreements with Quebec municipalities in order to offer appropriate compensation to those who are actually doing the work, instead of just making more red tape. We could do more to actually make it worthwhile for people who are actually building. So we need a simple, clear approach. First of all, what the federal government should do is eliminate the GST on all new homes under $1.3 million. This would be a purely federal responsibility. It would immediately lower costs. It would help families. And it would encourage new home construction. And it could also represent up to $65,000 in savings for a family. We could also link funding to performance. We know that municipalities have jurisdiction on permitting. But the federal government has the right and perhaps even the responsibility to ask for results when it's giving towns millions of dollars. These towns should have to meet a certain standard in order to receive federal support. This is not a matter of overstepping jurisdiction. It's simply federal performance standards linked to federal funding. And that is how a serious government can act in partnership and ultimately reward municipalities that are actually helping people. Next, we could decrease construction charges and fees by 50%. These fees are often municipal or provincial issues, but the federal government can establish standards. It cannot, of course, get rid of all the red tape, but it could create agreements with Quebec municipalities. It could use various financial incentives in order to reduce taxes and fees. So cooperation here wouldn't just be a slogan. Quebec and the municipalities would still have the same jurisdiction that they had before, but ultimately there would be more motivation to act more quickly. Next, when it comes to reinvesting in new housing in Canada, capital gains tax could be scrapped. That again is under federal jurisdiction, and that is a clear lever to allow us to free up a great deal of investment in residential construction. There would be fewer financial penalties, there would be more investment. There would be fewer speeches, fewer slogans, and more action. And finally, the federal government needs to clean up its own house. We have been told that it takes sometimes up to 9 years to dispose of federal properties, and that makes it very clear what's going on here. The federal government says it wants to act quickly, but it's going extremely slowly. It says it's a crisis, but actually it's acting as though there were no hurry at all. If the federal government has lands, underutilized sites, empty sites, and buildings, it should make those immediately available with clear criteria, with simple agreements, and standards for results. Not 9 years later, not after creating 3 or 4 new administrative structures, because while the Liberals are lazing along, families have to keep paying their bills. Families are paying more for everything. In many cases, families decide not even to have kids because they can't find an affordable home. Families are leaving our regions because they can't afford to stay there. In Montmorency, Charlevoix, what does this mean? It means that hotel workers or personal care workers, that entrepreneurs, couples with children, fishers, seniors who want to stay in the area, all of these people are asking themselves the same thing. How are we going to stay where we live? That's what people are struggling with. And a new agency is not what's going to help us with this. It will just cause more delays and so on. More announcements, more photo ops, none of that will help. What we actually need is a clear response from a federal government that respects its jurisdiction, but does use its powers to lower taxes, to reward construction, to speed up making federal lands available, to attract private investment, and to make agreements with Quebec municipalities, counties, and the private sector. We, the Conservatives, believe that a strong country and a strong economy all starts when families can find homes, when workers are able to stay in their regions. We believe that a fair society starts with an affordable home, an affordable roof over your head. We believe that after all these years of promises, Canadians deserve results. Enough red tape, enough false starts, enough promises, and we need to deliver more, tax less, approve construction more quickly, and enable families not only to survive but to thrive. Thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Madawaska.
The honourable member for Madawaska, Restigouche. Well, Mr. Speaker, the numbers speak for themselves. We see that for many years there have been record amounts of housing starts, and what all those years have in common is Liberal governments. But the Conservative record is not impressive. Only a few thousand affordable housing units. There was no strategy on affordable housing. Very little investment. When we compare the Liberal and Conservative records on affordable housing, does my colleague agree that the Liberal approach has led to many more concrete housing starts? And will my colleague, if he agrees, vote in favor of building Canada homes so that we can speed up housing construction throughout the country? The honourable member. Well, it's funny. The Liberals are asking questions saying that they built tens of thousands of homes. But when here we're being told that it was tens of thousands, but at question period they say it was 6, so clearly they're struggling with their numbers. In any case, what we're seeing here is that by 2028, only 212,000 homes will be built. That's less than half of what was needed. And actually, we're seeing that in the end, only 5,000 will be built. Really, the Liberals should stop just funding red tape. They should look at what we actually need in order to help people on the ground.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I listened closely, but he does seem to have a blind spot. If you want to build more housing, we're going to need to support the forestry industry, which is currently undergoing a terrible crisis. We're seeing a lot of mergers in the forestry sector, which means that if we try to start a major project tomorrow, well, we're going to be missing a number of major players in the forestry sector. And where are we going to get the lumber? So does my colleague agree with people in the Bloc Québécois and the forestry sector? Would my colleague be prepared to offer a system of financial support for the forestry sector to help them get through this crisis? I will just let the member answer, but after question period, so he'll have a great deal of time to think about his answer, since it is now almost 11. So we have to move on to statements by members.
First, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
I rise in this House today to honour the remarkable life of Mr. Kuldeep Singh Tandy, a constituent who recently passed at the age of 80 after a courageous battle with cancer. A deeply respected leader, Mr. Tandy served the Khalsa Diwan Society Gurdwara with unwavering dedication. He held the positions of president and treasurer, leading always with humility, integrity, and commitment. Mr. Tandy was an incredible organizer, a guiding force behind countless community initiatives, and a pillar of strength for many families. His selfless service, deep wisdom, and rare generosity touched innumerable lives. As he was recently described to me, Mr. Tandy was one in a million, a loyal friend whose kindness and compassion were felt by everyone he met. His contributions to our community and country will never be forgotten. We extend our heartfelt condolences to Mr. Tandy's family and loved ones. May Wahiguru bless his soul with eternal peace.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Speaker, one of the main challenge many seniors face is isolation, is to stay active and engage with their neighbours and communities. Addressing those challenges is the core mission that the Good Companions Seniors Centre in my community of Ottawa Centre has been pursuing for the past 70 years. The amazing staff and volunteers of the Good Companions have shown unrivaled passion and dedication in their work and have undeniably made a lasting impact on our community and have changed the lives of seniors for the better.
Programs like the Adult Day Program, fitness classes, craft studio, senior center without walls are just a few examples how they're keeping our seniors active. It's been a great joy for me to attend many of those events, and every time you go to that community, you see so much fun. So I would ask my colleagues to join me in congratulating the Good Companions on their 70th well-deserved anniversary.
Member for Saskatoon South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate the University of Saskatchewan Husky women's basketball team. Just last Sunday, at the Youth Sport Championship, the Huskies captured their second straight title with a 77-68 win over University of New Brunswick Reds. Coming off the bench was Logan Reeder. She scored a team-high 19 points, was named the player of the game. And Ella Murphy-Weeb, in her 5th and final year, was named the tournament's most valuable player. The Huskies now graduate 5 players, so winning the Bronze Baby for the 2nd year in a row was certainly special. Huskies reeled off 51 straight wins over 2 seasons, which I think is a tribute to their coaching staff led by Lisa Tomaitis. The program now has won 4 championships since 2016. Congratulations to all Huskies.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, it was heartwarming to see the Children's Foundation of Guelph Wellington's Keep Kids Fed programs in action last week. I met parent volunteers and U of G nutrition students who were preparing the snacks. I spoke with the school administrator and Children's Foundation leaders. Together with volunteers and donors, they ensure every child has reliable access to nutritious food every day with dignity and without barriers. We had a great conversation about how federal policy directly shapes the well-being of children in my riding through initiatives like the National School Nutrition Program and the upcoming Groceries and Essentials benefit that will help more than 18,000 people in the riding of Guelph. While the National School Nutrition Program helps with Keep Kids Fed at school, our community fills gaps and supports the Keeps Kids Fed at Home program that provides nutritious snacks for vulnerable kids during weekends and holidays. The return on investment, social, educational, and economic, is significant when every child has the food they need to thrive. Our children deserve it. Nos enfants le méritent certainement.
Our children deserve it.
The honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Mr. Speaker, in 1991, Canadian men and women in uniform answered the call to defend Kuwait. Operation Friction deployed nearly 4,500 Canadian Forces members to the Persian Gulf. They served with distinction alongside coalition partners to liberate Kuwait from Iraqi occupation. For the first time in our history, women served alongside men in combat roles. Canada would answer that call again after 9/11. 158 Canadians gave their lives in Afghanistan before the combat mission ended in March 2011. For many who returned from both conflicts, the battles continued at home as recognition of service-related illnesses and access to veterans' benefits remained an ongoing struggle. On these important anniversaries, we honor every Canadian who served in the Persian Gulf and Afghanistan wars. We remember their sacrifice. We acknowledge their challenges they faced upon return, and we affirm our commitment to never leave those who served and their families behind.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, from February 7th to March 7th, my riding of Thérèse de Blainville had the privilege of hosting the 60th edition of the Quebec Games Finals. For 10 days, sports, youth, and self-discipline brought our region to life. Almost 3,000 athletes from throughout Quebec gathered to push themselves and experience something unforgettable. But look behind the competitions and the medals, and you will find extraordinary engagement at the community level. As such, I would like to pay tribute to the remarkable work of the 2,500 volunteers who gave their time to welcome athletes, support teams, and make sure the games ran smoothly. I would also like to sincerely thank the organizing committee, which coordinated this immense volunteer team and carried out the games with professionalism and devotion. Thanks to their engagement, these games were about more than just sports. They were also a moment of pride and togetherness for our entire region and for all of Quebec. Thank you.
Honourable member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, I recently attended the Alberta Beef Conference, and I want to shout out to the cattle farmers facing today's challenges. Attendees learned about the issues of the day, but it was not all doom and gloom. One inspiring session was presented by James Lawrence, an Alberta boy born and raised in Calgary, known as the Iron Cowboy. He ran Ironman triathlons, breaking many Guinness Book World Records. In 21, he completed 101 Ironman races in 101 days. That is 3.8 kilometers swimming, 180 kilometers on a bike, and then 42 kilometers running every day. His perseverance was a testament to how the human spirit can push through to accomplish anything. One of those races, he pulled and pushed Dayton, a boy with cerebral palsy, through the race to make the boy's dream come true to be an Ironman. A lesson I can take from this was no matter how bad the Liberal government has been over the last 10 years, there's hope. Keep the faith, and we can get through this.
Honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, as the Canadian population ages and our older adults, along with our systems, face new challenges as a result, we need to be innovative and bold. My constituent, Beverly Suick, is both those things. When her husband passed away, Beverly faced a common challenge, loneliness. But she didn't stay still. Beverly purchased a house, wrote up a questionnaire for prospective residents, and shared her plans for an idea that could help others like her on social media. The Women's Housing Initiative Manitoba is a cooperative home to 6 women ranging from 60 to 80. They share responsibilities, and most importantly, they look out for one another. This initiative, aside from saving on health care and housing costs, is proof that aging in place and community reduces isolation and strengthens independence. There are lessons in here for governments across the country to take note of, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Beverly, for showing us how innovation, community spirit, and determination can help older adults age with dignity. Growing older should never mean growing alone. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge a decision by the Cornwall Police Service this week not to participate in the Liberals' firearm confiscation program. Police services are already stretched thin responding to real threats in our community, violent crime and illegal guns that are smuggled across our borders. They joined the OPP and dozens of other services who have rejected this Liberal policy, saying that diverting officers and resources towards taking firearms away from vetted, law-abiding Canadians is not the best use of their time. Our police officers should be focused on stopping criminals and keeping dangerous weapons off our street, not administering the costly $752 million federal program that does little to address the root causes of gun violence. I thank the leadership and members of the Cornwall Police Service for being transparent about their concerns and for continuing to prioritize the safety of the people they serve. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve policies that actually target criminals and strengthen public policy and public safety, not ones that burden local police and responsible firearms owners.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have always been deeply ignorant about Quebec and Francophones, but today they've really outdid themselves. They nominated Don Cherry for the Order of Canada. I would understand nominating his suits. That makes sense. But the man is infamous for Francophobic remarks. All his career, he insulted Quebec and Francophone athletes, both inside and outside the world of hockey. He insulted Quebec and our willingness to protect the French language and French language signage. But there's more. He fought against women in sports journalism. He insulted Indigenous people by implying that they were savages and barbarians. He targeted immigrants, which got him fired from a hockey night in Canada. Mr. Speaker, Canada can honor whomever it wants, but let us hope it could find someone who hasn't insulted everyone in the world who isn't a English-Canadian white man.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On March 8th, we marked International Women's Day, a time to celebrate achievements of women and recommit ourselves to building a country where every woman and girl can safely reach their full potential. Gender-based violence continues to affect far too many women across Canada. In my own province of Nova Scotia and in communities across my riding of South Shore St. Margaret's, intimate partner violence remains far too prevalent. That is why our government has launched Canada's first ever national action plan to end gender-based violence, committing over $500 million to prevention, education, and supports for survivors. It's the first year alone where we had 730,000 people across Canada receive support through programs funded under this plan. Let us all continue to work together to ensure every woman and girl can live free of violence and discrimination. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
There have always been conflicts abroad, Mr. Speaker. The government's job is to make sure they stay there, because when they don't, Canadians pay the price. We fear a missing Iranian man may have been murdered by Tehran. 3 more synagogues were shot at this week, and another was vandalized. Meanwhile, IRGC agents continue to live in Canada, hanging out in cafes and going to the gym. Liberals make excuses as to why they cannot deport these terrorists. They can claim asylum. There are no flights. Their privacy must be protected. Well, it's time to protect Canadians, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Iranians in my community, I'm calling on the Liberals to table a plan within 1 week to enforce deportations, crack down on regime financing and coordinate sanctions, get its act together on terrorism threat levels and gaps in national security laws, establish the Foreign Influence Registry, and stop approving refugee claims without in-person interviews. No more talk. Time to act.
Here, here.
Honourable member for Acadie, Annapolis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On February 28th at the Southwest African Heritage Month Gala, it was an honor to present the Minister of Veterans Affairs commendation to my friend Eric Chuck Smith. I've known Chuck for over 30 years. His service and leadership and vision have been a lasting mark on Yarmouth and far beyond. He embodies the very spirit of community. As a talented basketball coach, he gave time freely, helping young people build confidence, discipline, and teamwork. And as a member of the board of the Nova Scotia Black Cultural Society, he advocates for education, preservation, and recognition of Black history and culture in our province. Chuck worked tirelessly to install a monument honoring the men of the First World War's segregated No. 2 Construction Battalion in the town of Yarmouth, where many of the soldiers were from. Through his leadership, passion, and persistence, that vision became reality. Chuck's hard work ensured that the men of the No. 2 Construction Battalion are recognized. Chuck, thank you for your commitment to honoring those who came before us.
Honourable member for Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, the world is facing the biggest energy crisis since the 1973 oil embargo. Millions of barrels have been taken offline, and Canada is one of the few countries that could provide critical energy to our allies. Now, the Minister of Natural Resources said that Canada would do its part, but this Liberal government has no plan to get our energy to world markets. After 10 years of Liberal anti-energy policies and economic mismanagement, we have missed the greatest opportunity to show up for our allies in a meaningful way to address this energy crisis. Meanwhile, today's job report shows that Canada lost 84,000 jobs and unemployment is up to 6.7%. Last year, this Parliament gave the Liberal government the power to build at unimaginable speeds, but the Prime Minister has failed to deliver, and Canadians and our allies are suffering the consequences. We can't afford another 10 years of Liberal anti-energy ignorance. It's time to lay some pipe, create the jobs, and get our country back on its feet.
The Honourable Member for Orleans. Mr. Speaker, March 8th was International Women's Day. On that day, we celebrate progress towards women's rights while recognizing the work that remains to be done.
On March 6th, I had the honor of hosting my 12th annual International Women's Day breakfast, followed by the Orléans Leading Women and Girls Recognitions Awards, celebrating outstanding women and girls. 31
inspiring women and girls were honored for their exceptional contributions to community vitality, as well as for their resilience, their leadership, and their inspirational achievements.
Especially inspiring was the youngest recipient, was just 10 years old. Nice. Juliana Labelle delivered a rendition of HoC Canada that received a standing ovation. This reminds us that generation after generation, remarkable women and girls continues to inspire, lead, and make a lasting difference.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Most Canadians
Canadians simply want the opportunity to work hard and bring home a paycheck in order to support their family. But under this government's mismanagement, job opportunities are disappearing out the door. The February numbers are extremely troubling. Data from Stats Can shows that 108,000 full-time jobs disappeared, marking the largest one-month decline outside of COVID since 2009. The damage is being felt where it matters most, with 73,000 of those jobs being lost from the private sector. The very sector that drives growth, innovation, and opportunity. And young Canadians, well, they're down 50,000 jobs gone for young Canadians. After years of these Liberals, Canada now stands out for all of the wrong reasons. Not only the only shrinking economy in the G7, but also the second highest unemployment rate in the G7 as well. Canadians deserve better. They deserve an economy that creates opportunity, rewards hard work, and helps families get ahead. And that's what Conservatives are going to continue to fight for.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, less than a year ago, Canadians elected a new Prime Minister, a new government. And a part of that election platform, we talked a great deal about crime and making our communities safer. We came up with a holistic approach at bringing forward a number of important pieces of legislation. Legislation dealing with combating hate, legislation dealing with bail reform, legislation dealing with protecting victims, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot that's there that the Conservatives need to get on side. Now we just introduced lawful access once again. The Conservative Party has had months to recognize it's time to step up to the plate. If you really want to make our communities safer, you need to start supporting the legislation. Deal with extortion. Deal with child exploitation. It's time the Conservatives get behind us, stop the filibustering, and let the legislation get through.
Oral questions, questions orales. The member for Foothills.
February's job numbers are crushing. 108,000 full-time jobs lost, the largest collapse in full-time employment since 2020, since COVID. Youth unemployment is more than 14%. Canada now has the second highest unemployment and the only shrinking economy in the G7. Let's be clear, it's because of Liberal policies the private sector is hemorrhaging jobs, making the affordability crisis more acute. Will the Liberals admit Conservatives were right, scrap their carbon and fuel taxes that are killing Canadian jobs?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Finance.
Canadians all across this country know that we were thrust into a trade war not of our choosing. Our government is doing everything in its power, using every lever at our disposal to support the Canadian economy and insulate it from further shocks that are, again, beyond our control. What we are doing is diversifying trade. While the Leader of the Opposition was trotting around London, giving speeches on free markets, trying to impress Liz Truss, our Prime Minister was signing tens of billions of dollars in new trade deals to create more opportunities for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
The numbers don't lie. The levers that the Liberals are pulling are obviously wrong. Right. 73,000 private sector jobs lost, youth unemployment at more than 14%. It is clear that young Canadians are being locked into the workforce, can't afford housing, and can't afford food while the Prime Minister jet sets to cocktail parties with global elites. Will the Liberals admit that their policies and fiscal plan has failed? Will they adopt the Conservative Youth Jobs Plan that will give Canadian youth hope to build a future here at home?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Finance.
We will never adopt a Conservative plan because they don't have a plan.
That's right.
They don't propose anything that works on behalf of Canadians that will deliver results for them. Our plan is the plan that we're following. Right. That's the plan that Canadians voted for. That's the plan that's working to create jobs for Canadians. And yes, there's choppy waters. We're in a trade war that was not of our choosing, but we're using every lever at our disposal to ensure that Canadians can get ahead.
Hear, hear.
We've offered affordability measures and are signing tens of billions of dollars of new trade agreements to create opportunities for all Canadians.
Honourable Member for Barrie South Innisfil.
While the Prime Minister travels the world promoting Brookfield's interests like he's their PM, portfolio manager, here at home, shocking is the only way to describe this morning's job numbers. 84,000 Canadians lost their jobs in February. 108,000 jobs were lost in full-time work, while private sector employment fell by 73,000. Employment mostly fell among men aged 25 to 54, the core working age group, and young people between the ages of 15 and 24. Why can't the Liberals finally admit everything they're doing is an illusion and it's failing Canadian families and young people?
The Honourable Minister for International Trade.
Wait. Mr. Speaker, our overseas efforts are delivering concrete results. Last week in India, we secured a $2.6 billion uranium deal. This is not about the billions, it's about the 90,000 plus nuclear workers in Ontario that it's powering. In Australia, the Prime Minister secured a commitment of $10 billion to build major projects across this country. And VistaJet, based in the Gulf, recently placed an order for 40 Canadian-made planes valued over $1 billion. This is about the thousands of workers producing the world-class goods that the world is buying. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Barrie South Innisfil.
Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, here at home, our people want to work. They want to produce and they want to provide for their families. Young people want a family and a home for their kids to grow up in. And because of the last 11 years of Liberal failures, a generation has lost hope that that will ever happen. Today's job numbers are a national crisis. Maybe the Prime Minister can focus once not on his Brookfield interests abroad, but what's happening here at home and work with Conservatives to solving this job crisis impacting Canadian families and our young people.
The Honourable Secretary of State for the Canada Regulations and Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, while their leader tours Europe trying to reboot his image for the fourth time, our Prime Minister just returned from Indo-Pacific, signing trade deals with world leaders. Let's talk about $2.6 billion in uranium for Saskatchewan. Wow. Premier Moe certainly supported it. We didn't hear a word from any Saskatchewan MP on that side. No. On this side of the House, we're serious about building the strongest economy in the G7. It's time for that leader, that party, to stop the rhetoric, stop the obstruction, help us build Canada strong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Échemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, the February's job report is concerning. In just 1 month, this government has seen 108,000 full-time jobs lost. This is our worst decline since the 2020 pandemic. While our G7 partners are moving forward, Canada is the only economy that is falling behind. We're still waiting for the results this government promised Canadians. The Liberals' economic policy is a failure. Can they stop punishing job creators? And can they eliminate the taxes and bureaucracy that are destroying jobs in Canada? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister. Mr. Speaker, of course, the jobs result of the last couple of months are negative, and we're aware of this. Why? Why are we here? There is a trade war with our American neighbors. That's something our Conservative friends across the way have a hard time understanding, because it's difficult to send our exports to Canada. Businesses will not invest, and that's the heart of the problem, not Canadian taxes, American tariffs. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Échemins-Lévis. Businesses don't invest because there's no confidence. Young people are victims of the government's economic incompetence. In February, youth unemployment climbed to over 14%. In Quebec, 57,000 jobs disappeared in just 1 month. If young people don't have jobs, it's because Liberal policies aren't working. While the Liberals pat themselves on the back, our young people are wondering how they're going to pay the rent. Will the government stop denying the obvious, listen to the Conservatives, and implement our plan? We give them all of our ideas. Why don't they implement them? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Implementing the Conservative plan. But what plan? There is no plan, because for the Conservatives, everything has to do with the industrial carbon tax. That's it. That's all. Come on. We announced an industrial policy for defense, a defense industrial policy that is of great deal of interest on the part of SMEs in Quebec and Canada. We massively invested. The Prime Minister invested in announced investments in the north, in infrastructure. We are currently transforming the Canadian economy. The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, at the start of the conflict in Iran, Tehran launched dozens of airstrikes. All were publicly disclosed except for the one targeting the Canadian military camp in Kuwait, where still the same Ali al-Salem base, which houses the Canadian military camp, also hosted Italian forces. That very day, Italy publicly said so, but not Canada. Canada concealed this strike for 2 weeks. It didn't even mention it during a House debate on the conflict that the government asked for itself. Why is the whole world informing its citizens except for Canada? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I think we should all prioritize the safety and security of our Canadian armed forces and not expose them to unnecessary risk. Now, we have people, courageous, brave men and women who are operating in a war theater where Iran is launching missiles and drones for operational safety reasons. These disclosures cannot be made. The member for Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals cited operational security as an excuse for their silence, but we're just asking for the same information that other countries are sharing. It would just make sense to inform the public when Canada is under attack. And people are asking, why did the Prime Minister blindly support Donald Trump? Why is he changing his mind every other day? They don't know why. Canadians don't know why he hides the attack on the armed forces. Does the government realize that this undermines public trust?
Mr.
Speaker, I think the most important thing is for all Canadian Armed Forces members in the region be safe and sound. Our priority as a government and our priority as parliamentarians should be to prioritize the safety and security of our Canadian Armed Forces who are operating in a war theater right now. So, Madam Speaker, for our government, the priority is always to focus foremost on the health and safety of our forces. Mr. Speaker, the war in Iran began when the Prime Minister was away on a trip. After backing Washington, he refused for days to hold a press briefing with the media accompanying him on the tour. Upon his return, he boycotted a debate on the conflict, even though the Liberals had called for it. He refuses to explain his silence regarding the Iranian strike against Canadian troops. And today, he's off to Europe again. Does he understand that on an issue as major as the war he supported, he needs to answer questions? Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's been clear. Canada was not consulted, did not participate, and has no intention of participating in offensive strikes against Iran. We support efforts to end the Iranian nuclear program and the decades of state-sponsored terrorism. Canada's priorities are clear. The Prime Minister said civilian infrastructures need to be protected, international law must be respected, and we will defend the safety of Canadians regardless of where they find in the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Coalfoot.
Mr. Speaker, this morning's job numbers are a scathing indictment of this Liberal government's economic performance. 108,000 full-time jobs lost, the largest one-month drop since the beginning of COVID, and youth unemployment is now over 14%. We have the only shrinking economy in the G7, and we have the second highest unemployment. So, will the Liberals accept our Conservative proposals, including our youth jobs plan, and remove the taxes, red tape, and bureaucracies that are killing Canadian jobs?
The Honourable Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, as the Honourable Opposition knows, there's a war raging that's affecting prices everywhere. In this chaos, Canada's in a strong position. Why? Because we prepared. We invested in jobs and industries like auto, steel, and aluminum. We made sure to keep life affordable for all Canadians with our food, groceries, and essentials benefit for 12 million Canadians. We're cutting taxes. You know why, Mr. Speaker? We have a plan. Preparing before a crisis is our way. Complaining after a crisis is theirs. Get on board.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, talk about before the crisis. For 10 years, this Liberal government has passed anti-development laws, run up the national debt, driven down productivity, driven up the cost of living, bloated the bureaucracy, enriched Liberal insiders, and made Canada the only G7 country with a shrinking economy. Today's job numbers are the result of a decade of failure and lost opportunity, and this Liberal Prime Minister is still taxing, spending, and regulating like the last one. So will they commit today to cut taxes and regulations so Canadians can get back to work?
The Honourable Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation.
Breaking news for the Honourable Member. We cut taxes for 22 million Canadians. Breaking news for this, the Honourable Member. Our food and groceries essential will help 12 million Canadians put food on the table. Breaking news, we have made it easier for first-time home buyers. Breaking news, we are helping families. We are investing in our defense. This is what a plan is like when we knew there was a crisis. We prepared for a crisis. Complaining afterwards with no plan is not helping Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington, Tyondinaga.
February's job numbers send a troubling signal for Canada's economy. More than 100,000 full-time jobs have disappeared. Youth unemployment has climbed above 14%, and our economy is now among the weakest performers in the G7. Young Canadians are trying to start their careers at a time when opportunity is sinking. Mr. Speaker, when will this Liberal government start working with opposition to advance practical solutions, including our youth jobs plan, and to remove taxes and red tape that is making it harder for businesses to create jobs?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
The Conservatives live under a rock. We are in a trade war. We have a war raging in the Middle East. Those are not of our choosing. Those global issues and forces, just to explain causality, are not the fault of the federal government. They're factors in the world that are affecting the Canadian economy. We're moving through a period of unprecedented economic turbulence. Canadians don't want politicians to stand up in this House and celebrate job losses for political gain. They want a serious government doing serious work to help them get ahead, and that's what we're doing.
The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington, Tyondinaga.
Mr. Speaker, February's job report demands serious attention. Instead, Canadians are hearing dismissive responses to legitimate concerns. This government's very own data shows that last month's decline in full-time employment was the largest decline outside of COVID since 2009. Canadians were promised strong economic leadership. Mr. Speaker, if this Liberal government can't deliver jobs, growth, or hope for the next generation, why should Canadians have any confidence that their economic plan will work at all?
The Honourable Secretary of State for the Canada Revenue Agency.
Mr. Speaker, despite the Conservative rhetoric, look, we know that we're in a trade war. We know our economy has challenges. But last April, Canadians elected a leader with world-class business and economic experience versus a Conservative leader who's never worked one day in the economy. In fact, the only job he's ever created was one for the member of Carleton. So, Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to focus on our economy. We're going to build our economy into the strongest one in the G7. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies.
The February No Jobs report shows the Liberal policies aren't working for Canadians. 108,000 full-time jobs lost, the largest one-month decline in full-time employment since 2020. Youth unemployment shot up by 14%. We have the only shrinking economy in the G7, and now we have the second highest unemployment. Canadians aren't working because Liberal policies aren't working. When will the Liberals accept Conservative proposals, including our youth jobs plan, and remove taxes and bureaucracies that are killing Canadian jobs?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are creating high-paying jobs for young people with our investments in housing. Build Canada Homes will invest $13 billion in housing. It will catalyze new methods of construction, new jobs in factories, new jobs from coast to coast to coast, using Canadian materials, Canadian steel, Canadian lumber. Yes, that's trees to keys. And it will get our youth working, and then they can live in those homes.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent à Kawinrak. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, figures are stubborn. In fact, they're very sad. When you look at jobs rates last February, 108,000 Canadians lost their jobs. 108,000 women, men that are looking for work today. That's the truth, Mr. Speaker. This is evidence that after 10 years of Liberal government, Liberal policies do not work well. When will the government be effective in its work? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we are being effective. We find ourselves in a situation that was created by the U.S. trade policy. American tariffs have put us in this situation. Canadian businesses are having a hard time investing because they have no predictability as to the operational environment, given the uncertainty brought about by the U.S. What we can do is massively invest in infrastructure and reposition our economy in the sector of defense. I see a lot of enthusiasm on the part of SMEs in Quebec. They are looking forward to being able to enter the supply chain in defense. It will work. Easy to accuse the U.S., but the truth is that Liberal taxes and bureaucracy are 100% in the hands of this government. Remember, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister got elected saying that July 21st, it'll be over. There won't be any more tariffs. No more elbows up. We see thumbs up, actually, at the White House. That's the reality. But even worse yet, unemployment is now at 14% among the youth. When young people are already having a hard time getting housing, buying groceries, now they're having a hard time finding work. Is the government aware of the fact that this youth policy just doesn't work? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the tariff war with the U.S. is extremely challenging, but we have a plan that works. We are the country that is drawing in the most investments currently, and it's working. The military defense, strategy, these strategies are working. It won't happen overnight, but we're moving forward. Canadians believe in this. They continue to support us, and we will do our job for Canada. That's our plan. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, the National Assembly and now the Public Accounts Committee have unanimously agreed. In fact, all parties, including the Liberals, are calling on the government to launch an inquiry into the federal government's IT fiascos. Curam, Phoenix, ArriveCan. Every time Ottawa messes with IT, we end up with aggrieved constituents and massive cost overruns. The House will soon be seized with the committee's unanimous request for an inquiry. But let's move on. Will the government respect these unanimous views and launch a public and independent inquiry? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 7.7 million seniors receive their benefits in time, in a timely way, no mistakes. Yesterday, we provided a briefing to all members of the opposition that wanted to attend, and they shared all the technical problems. The briefing session actually disclosed all of that. If you have any other problems, further issues, further cases you want to discuss with me, I would be happy to answer your questions. A reminder that you must go through the chair if you use vous in French. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, while the Liberals continue to bury their heads in the sand, 85,000 retirees are still unable to access their old day pensions because of Curam. As for Phoenix, after 10 years of problems, the Civil Servants Union revealed 2 weeks ago that there are still 233,000 cases to be resolved. These are not just statistics. These are people who deserve an end to these fiascos. When will there be a public and independent inquiry? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I already stated, 7.7 million people, seniors, are receiving their benefits in a timely way. The former system was fragile. It was expensive, and maintaining it would have been catastrophic. It would have led to an operational failure where no one would have received benefits. We're working on solutions, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kenora-Kawatinuk.
The February jobs report is dire news for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Canada lost 108,000 full-time jobs in February. This is the largest one-month decline in full-time employment since COVID. Further, we saw 73,000 job losses in the private sector, and youth unemployment shot up to over 14%. Under these Liberals, Canada has the only shrinking economy in the G7 and now the second highest unemployment in the G7 as well. So, Mr. Speaker, when will the Liberals listen to Canadians and the plan that we've put forward to remove taxes and the bureaucracies that are killing jobs in Canada?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Obviously, the jobs data that came out this morning, Mr. Speaker, is unfortunate, but the Conservatives can fixate on month-to-month data. They never mention, or their script never recites, anything on long-term trends. What did we see just a few days ago? An announcement very clear in Bloomberg. My colleague can go look at it. The largest amount of foreign investment that Canada has seen since 2007 secured for this country. That means jobs. That means opportunities for young people in particular. What did we see yesterday? A huge investment in Canada's north. Ports, airports, the construction of the Mackenzie Valley Highway, and the securing of Canada's north. That's how you build Canada.
The Honourable Member for Kenora-Kawatinuk.
Mr. Speaker, the difference between the Liberal rhetoric and the realities facing Canadians is stark. Canadians aren't working because Liberal policies aren't working. We have the only shrinking economy in the G7 and now the second highest unemployment in the G7. And to make matters worse, Mr. Speaker, Canada has the highest food price inflation in the G7 on top of it. We are leading in all of the wrong categories. So when will the Liberals remove the taxes and bureaucracies that are killing jobs in Canada and driving up the cost of living?
Parliamentary Secretary.
My colleague is very well read. He will look at the recent reports of the International Monetary Fund that has made clear that Canada stands as an example for the G7 and, in fact, for the entire OECD and beyond. What we have now is an opportunity to engage in serious policy to build up this country. I mentioned the investments in Canada's north yesterday. We have investments in Canada's west. I hope they support that at least. In Canada's east, it's a jobs focus. It's a focus on opportunity because opportunity leads to jobs. That leads to purchasing power. That leads to affordability. That's how we build up this amazing country.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury East, Manitoula, and Nickel Belt.
Mr. Speaker, it's true. We can't control what happens abroad, and we can't make excuses on affordability issues that stem from bad decisions from these Liberals. The Prime Minister continues to go ahead with bad policy like industrial carbon tax and the fuel standard tax that will rise to 17 cents. This applies to every Canadian, especially those who bring us our food, driving up the cost of your grocery bill even more. When will these Liberals accept responsibility for what they can control and remove policies that make life more expensive for Canadians?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Finance.
For the Honourable Member, just yesterday our Bill C4 of affordability measures got royal assent in our Senate, which is fantastic news because that means 22 million Canadians will receive a tax cut on their income tax, saving $840 for dual income families. And families that are trying to purchase their first home will save up to $50,000 on homes under $1 million. That's good news for Canadians all across this country. We've also moved forward with the groceries and essentials benefit, which will save families just under $1,900 a month this year. That's
the Honourable Member for Central Newfoundland.
I can't believe what I heard yesterday. The Housing Minister blames skyrocketing housing costs on the war in Iran. Mr. Speaker, everyone knows this affordability crisis is due to 10 years of his government. Canadians are facing the worst food inflation and the only shrinking economy in the G7. Yet this Prime Minister is pushing ahead with his industrial carbon tax and his fuel standard tax that will rise to 17 cents a litre. When will these Liberals stop blaming events abroad and take responsibility for policies at home to make life more affordable for Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Welcome back to the member opposite. The last time we heard from that member, Mr. Speaker, you'll recall we established a permanent national food program for 400,000 children. What was his response?
That's right.
Mr. Speaker. How dare he stand up and talk about affordability, and yet when we want to feed children, what does he say? He calls the program garbage. Silliness. That's what the member's all about, Mr. Speaker. Get on board. Support the budget.
The honourable member. Order. Order. The honourable member. Order. The honourable member for Saskatoon South.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has the worst food inflation and the only shrinking economy in the G7. Rising unemployment rates now. Canadians are facing a serious cost of living crisis. Grocery prices are skyrocketing. Paychecks are stretched so thin right now, they don't cover the cost of the basic necessities. Canadians deserve an economy where hard work pays off. When will these Liberals take responsibility for their punishing taxes and their policies?
The Honourable Secretary of State for the Canada Revenue Agency.
Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to fight for Canadians like Paul Britt, Steve McQueen, Pat Allen, Gordie Vale, and Canadians from coast to coast to coast. On this side of the House, we're going to focus on building the strongest economy in the G7. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? We have one of the fastest growing economies in the G7, best net debt to GDP in the G7, one of the best credit ratings in the world. Wages are outpacing inflation. Mr. Speaker, Canadians made a choice. They elected a leader with strong economic and business credentials versus a leader, conservative leader, who has never worked one day in the economy. Thank you.
The honourable member for Labrador.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that building a stronger economy means opening new markets and bringing investment home. From advancing major projects to attracting billions in investment to creating new demand for Canadian manufacturing, international trade is creating real opportunities for workers here at home, including opportunities in our aviation, aerospace and defence sectors and Canada's seafood sector. Can the Minister of International Trade update the House on how our government's work abroad is delivering investments and jobs for Canadians? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, the people of Labrador have sent a strong champion here in Ottawa, and together we're unlocking new global opportunities. In China, we achieved tariff relief on crab and lobster, welcomed by harvesters across Newfoundland and Labrador. In Australia, the Prime Minister secured a $10 billion commitment to build Canada. In the Gulf, VistaJet ordered 40 Canadian-made airplanes worth over $1 billion. Together, these wins are unlocking opportunities and jobs in construction, aerospace, fisheries, seafood, and more. Mr. Speaker, this is how we build Canada strong.
Nice. Honourable member for Lakeland.
Said, quote, "A crisis is a terrible thing to waste. It takes 20 years to get a mine built in Canada, while the U.S. approves mines on federal lands in 28 days under emergency crisis rules. Canada sends rare earths to Beijing that controls 90% of world refining and processing, while C-69 blocks the Ring of Fire with endless regional assessments. Sounds like a waste of a crisis to me. So when will the PM approve the Ring of Fire permits so the private sector can build mines here at home?"
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I sit on the Natural Resources Committee with the Honourable Member. She knows too well how complicated it is and to do a project like the Ring of Fire, which is actually a multiple project. We're working with the Government of Ontario. We've already started to work with them on the road to access the Ring of Fire because it requires major infrastructure to get to the Ring of Fire. So she should understand that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Lakeland.
But 4 years after these Liberals' fake critical mineral strategy, not 1 inch of road exists to the Ring of Fire. Nothing on the 2 First Nations-led roads to get it done. Liberals let both foes and allies into Canada's backyard while they drag timelines the rest of the world rejects. The Ring of Fire would connect globally strategic minerals to First Nations, manufacturers, Canadians, and our allies. It's always been true, but with new global conflicts, the world needs Canada's minerals. So for the love of God, when will the Liberals unlock the Ring of Fire for affordability, sovereignty, security, and self-reliance before it's too late?
Here, here.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I found it very interesting that the member talks about benefits for the First Nation, and what they would like us to do is to bulldoze, ignore the constitutional rights of the First Nation. So I don't understand what they're saying. Help them or follow the rules?
There, good point.
Order. The member got a question. The member got a response. The member for Regina Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Natural Resources promised that Canada would do its part to help release oil reserves in order to stabilize the market. But Canada doesn't have a strategic oil reserve, in part because of Liberal energy policies that have kept Canadian oil and gas in the ground. Conservatives have proposed a strategic oil stockpile that will allow us to fuel our friends abroad, power paychecks at home, and diversify our trade. Will the Liberals adopt our plan so we can be stronger at home while building unbreakable leverage abroad?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, let me explain something to the member opposite. A strategic reserve is for importing countries. We are an exporting country. And guess what? We have centuries worth of reserve in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Excellent job.
The Honourable Member for Regina Wascana.
Speaker, we should be and exporting it to the rest of the world. Unfortunately, the Liberals have killed the Northern Gateway Pipeline, the Keystone XL Pipeline, the Energy East Pipeline, all of which could be exporting Canadian oil at $100 a barrel to the rest of the world. How much higher does the price have to go before the Liberals flip-flop again and admit that there is a business case for exporting Canadian oil and gas to the world?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Speaker, Canadian energy is bringing the world to our doorstep. The LNG Canada project alone is linking Canadian natural gas to major energy markets in Asia, to Malaysia, Singapore, Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, China, and more. These partnerships show that Canada's energy is respected and it creates good jobs here at home. That's exactly what we're doing to get more energies to new export markets around the world.
Member for Red Deer.
Mr. Speaker, Canada should be standing ready to provide our energy both within our borders and to global allies. But a decade of Liberals leave-it-in-the-ground policies have hampered our energy industry, divided our country, and left Canada as the only G7 country without a strategic oil stockpile. Conservatives have a plan for a strategic energy and mineral reserve to control the distribution of our resources around the world. Will the Liberals adopt our Conservative plan so we can be stronger at home and build unbreakable leverage abroad?
Yes.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Bill and House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let's get a reality check. The Conservative plan, when his leader was in government, they didn't even construct 1 inch, not 1 inch of pipeline to the Tidewaters. That's the truth, Mr. Speaker. And you want us to follow that?
Order. I cannot hear the Parliamentary Secretary. Order. I will let the Parliamentary Secretary. Order. Now I'm going to let the Parliamentary restart from the beginning so I can hear the response, and then we will continue.
The facts. You cannot change history. Not 1 inch of pipeline was constructed while he was as the leader of the Conservative Party when they were in government. Not 1 inch to Tidewater, Mr. Speaker. Now contrast that to this government where we have record amounts of oil and gas being exported. Look at LNG alone, Mr. Speaker. This is a government that realizes the potential of the prairies, unlike the Alberta MPs that stand up and do nothing. They don't even listen to Daniel Smith. Shame on you.
Hear, hear. I just a reminder to Parliamentary Secretary, you don't speak directly to member to the speakership. The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Remember the sponsorship scandal? It was a bunch of Liberals running around with money in brown envelopes, handing it out to other Liberal insiders. Well, the Trudeau Liberals said, that's too complicated. We got to go get the money, then you got to get the envelopes, then you got to run around and hand it out. So they created the Green Slush Fund, where they appointed the people to run it, and the people that run it gave it to their own companies. But they got caught. So these so-called new Liberals came up with a new plan. That is to give well below market rate loans loans to Liberal-controlled companies to pad their profits. No matter how many Liberal governments there are, why is it the same corruption?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's amazing how the Conservative Party is so focused on character assassination. And that's fine. You be concerned about that. We are concerned as a government and the Prime Minister about what's happening in Canada. That's why you see a Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, that's going out, bringing in billions of dollars of investment. That's why we see export opportunities being created. That's why you see billions of dollars of development by this government, by this Prime Minister, because we care about what's happening across Canada.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
We care what happens in Canada as well. We want development. We just don't want corrupt Liberal development. Because no matter which government it is, they find a way to engage in corrupt practices. Under the Chrétien Liberals, it was the sponsorship scandal, handing out money in envelopes. Under the Trudeau Liberals, it was create a fund run by Liberals who gave the money to their own companies. Now, these guys have said, we found a new plan. The so-called new government has a new plan, and this is to give subprime loans to Liberals to pad their profits. Why is every new Liberal government corrupt?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians want action, not political games. And that's what our government is delivering. We're creating hundreds of local jobs, supporting communities, and building energy projects, infrastructure projects from coast to coast to coast that power homes, that grow our economy. The Conservatives opposite can keep talking on that side of the House, but we're about action.
L'honorable député de Montmorency.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency-Charlevoix. Thank you. At a time when families are struggling to pay the bills. It's funny, the Liberals always seem to be able to find hundreds of millions of dollars to help their well-connected friends. It's pretty clear in Canada, if you want to succeed today, you have to be a Brookfield shareholder or be friends with the right people in the Liberal Parliament. The Liberals gave a $206 million loan to well-connected friends for a wind farm in Nova Scotia. But another project that started around the same time and that got its funding from the private sector. So why is it that with the Liberals, it's always Canadians who pay the bill? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, this is a project about clean energy, job creation, and economic growth. It was approved under an arm's-length process directed by civil servants who are nonpartisan. Even the Nova Scotia Progressive Conservative government supports this project, and we can see why. It will create hundreds of good jobs for Nova Scotians, and it will strengthen local communities. The Honourable Member for Montmorency-Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, it's because of news like this that people are losing trust in our institutions. The government tells us that there was no favoritism, but it's actually very clear what happened. Can they say today that no minister, no member of cabinet, no Liberal insider actually took part in this process? Will they make all of the documents linked to this public? We're talking $150 million in federal subsidies and $206 in a sweetheart deal. So Canadians, Quebecers have a right to know. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think maybe what we should do is to give a tangible example for members opposite. When we talk about investing in Canadians, investing in Canada, making Canada a stronger and healthier nation, a good example of that is the majors projects, in which we are seeing projects, whether it's LNG in BC, mining in Saskatchewan, the expansion of the Montreal port in Quebec, nuclear energy, $60 billion plus. That's how you invest in Canada, and it's something in which we should all be proud of, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, our government has a clear mandate to strengthen the viability of the immigration system. I know that the Minister is working very hard, cooperating with Quebec. The Minister is seeking to support Quebec businesses and to fulfill our mission of building the strongest economy in the G7. We are aiming to reduce the number of temporary residents by the end of 2027, but we also know that Quebec employers need stability. Can the minister inform this House about how our government is going to support the transition of essential workers? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. I'd like to thank the member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. We understand the challenges that businesses and communities are facing, but good news, I am working hard with Quebec on a solution. And today, we have announced a new policy to help transition essential workers into permanent residence so that they can contribute up to an additional year in Quebec. We respect the mandate we received and we are listening to Quebecers. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, copper theft is not an innocent crime. When vandals target essential infrastructure like cell towers and power transformers, they're not just breaking the law, they're putting human lives at risk. Copper theft literally leaves people in the dark and stranded when they need help the most. Last year in the Cambridge area alone, there were at least 15 cell service outages linked to these crimes, leaving residents unable to call 911 in an emergency. Do these Liberals realize that copper theft poses a significant threat to public safety and agree that the House of Commons should take action now to protect our communities?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du ministre de la Sécurité publique.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. It is an important one. The government is concerned about copper theft. It is an essential material for communications. And to ensure that we are protecting telecommunications safety, we are taking strong measures. We have spoken with the RCMP and police services. We are carrying out investigations to prevent these crimes.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the response from the member opposite, but there's more we can be doing. With Bell Canada designating Cambridge as a hotspot for copper theft, it is a real and ongoing risk for people in my community who depend on reliable power and cell service, especially during emergencies. The experts are clear. We need tougher penalties for thieves and vandals, deterrence for repeat offenders, and concrete steps to stop stolen metals from being sold on the black market. Do these Liberals agree that these are common sense measures to stop copper theft? And will they commit to working with Conservatives to put these priorities into law?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind my colleague that Bill C-14 will make sentencing more severe for repeat offenders. And I am prepared to discuss this topic with my colleague to see if we could do more on this specific offense, copper theft.
Mr. Speaker, my private member's bill C-243 is being read for the second time today. It's a common sense bill. It will lessen the anguish of those who've had loved ones stolen from them by murderers. This Conservative bill would reduce annual parole hearings for murderers from every year to every 5 years. Parole hearings are traumatizing. This is a compassionate law supporting the loved ones of murder victims, and it's endorsed by thousands of Canadians and police nationwide. So will these Liberals stand up for victims?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Mr. Speaker, these crimes that are being committed practically on a daily and weekly basis are simply unacceptable. We are committed to be able to put forward robust laws to be able to tackle these issues, and it would be a pleasure for me to sit down with the member and go over his PMB. We will certainly engage in making sure that Canadians are always protected.
Honourable Member for Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, it's a privilege to rise here today to represent the people of Eastern PEI. And like many residents of Canada, they're frustrated by the trend of increasing banking fees and charges. Our government has taken action by capping non-sufficient fund fees. These can run as high as $50 and impact mostly low-income Canadians. In many cases, these fees add up to hundreds of dollars over the year. Can the Secretary of State for the CRA and financial institutions outline what this measure means for Canadians?
Honourable Secretary of State for the CRA and Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my friend from Cardigan for the great work he does in this House and in this riding. We are focused squarely on making life more affordable for Canadians, and that's why yesterday we capped non-sufficient fund fees that banks charge at $10. Wow. Before this measure came into place, fees were as high as $50, and Canadians could be charged multiple times a day. It's not going to happen anymore, and it means that more vulnerable Canadians will save hundreds of dollars per year. We are focused on making life more affordable for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Similkameen South Okanagan and West Kootenay.
Yesterday, in a discussion about unsafe injection sites, I asked the Liberal Minister of Health the easiest possible question: is injecting fentanyl safe? Instead of a straight answer, the minister laughed and said that research shows continuing to inject fentanyl saves lives.
Shameful.
Extending addiction doesn't save lives. I will ask again, does the minister believe injecting illegal fentanyl is safe?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me set the record straight. Fentanyl is a controlled substance, and that member knows that physicians use fentanyl in an extremely controlled environment to treat patients. And supervised consumption sites saves lives, connect people to services. And this is only the one tool in our many toolboxes that we're working collaboratively with provinces and territories. We're supporting communities to tackle this toxic drug crisis. So it will be wonderful that the Conservative side can join us instead of painting the record dark.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
In Davos, the Prime Minister declared Canada will live the truth by acting consistently, applying the same standards to allies as well as rivals. Mr. Speaker, Canada has rightly condemned Russia's invasion of Ukraine as illegal, yet the Prime Minister is supporting the United States and Israel as they wage an equally illegal war on Iran. This double standard undermines Canada's credibility and erodes the rules-based order we depend on for our security. Why is the Prime Minister walking away from the principles he championed just weeks ago?
The Honourable I need someone to rise. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je pense que
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the Prime Minister has been very clear. International law must be respected. Currently, events are occurring. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if this is about the sanctions that were raised by the Americans on Russian oil. But we, of course, condemn Iran's strikes on civilian infrastructure, especially energy and maritime infrastructure throughout the Middle East. We know that Russia is trying to take advantage of the increase in prices, and Canada is against that. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Patrie. Hi, Grandma. It's your grandson. I need your help. I just need your PIN. We all know how that story goes. With AI, we see worse and worse banking frauds and scams, and now your bank would tell you that they can't do anything to help you because you voluntarily gave your info to the scammers. Even though you're the victim, it's supposedly your fault, even though banks are supposed to protect us. The Prime Minister used to be a banker. What does he think of this? Should he make banks responsible for these scams? Will he help average people, or will he help his friends at the banks? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, I'm very pleased to say that recently we've created a new agency that will combat organized crime, money laundering, and the types of scams that my colleague was talking about. That's all going to be part of the agency to fight financial crime and money laundering.
Next question period. Daily routine of business. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Secretary of State for Canada Revenue Agency and Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honor to table in both official languages on behalf of 90 departments and agencies the departmental plans, for 2026-2027. Thank you.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 20 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Tabling of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. J'ai l'honneur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology entitled Improving Productivity in Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee is requesting a comprehensive response from the government. Great report.
Honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord with a committee report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights regarding Bill C-9, an act to amend the Criminal Code, hate propaganda, hate crime, and access to religious or cultural places. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report it back to the House with amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees. I see the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice, Attorney General of Canada rising.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it is the report. As you may have noticed, the member was online, so I do have the report to be able to file it. Thank you.
Thank you. Introduction of private members' bills. The Honourable Member for Cambridge. So, Mrs. Cody, seconded by Mr. moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Scrap Metal Trafficking and Essential Infrastructure Protection. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure to introduce my private member's bill, the Protecting Canada's Essential Infrastructure Metals Act. This legislation takes concrete steps to crack down on out-of-control metal theft and vandalism in communities across the country. The bill strengthens penalties, targets repeat offenders, protects critical services, and disrupts the illegal resale of stolen metal. The theft of metals like copper has skyrocketed by more than 200% according to some estimates, putting at risk essential services Canadians rely on in emergencies, including 911 services, electricity infrastructure, and cellular networks. The time for us to act to protect our communities is now. I look forward to working with colleagues from all parties to ensure that this common sense proposal becomes law.
Mrs. Cody, seconded by Mr. Muse, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted. When shall the bill be read a second time? I heard somewhere at the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions. Presenting petitions.
Petitions. The Honourable Member for Coachit, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition on behalf of the fishers and anglers from across British Columbia calling on the Minister of Fisheries to manage the exploding population of invasive predatory pinnipeds and its impact on valuable and vulnerable salmon stocks. The invasive species of California and Steller sea lions consume more salmon than the commercial and recreational fishing industries combined. The petitioners call on the government to work with local communities and First Nations to implement a pinniped management program to protect our salmon stocks that are important to First Nations, commercial, recreational fishers, as well as our southern resident killer whales. I am pleased to present this petition, and I urge the Minister to act immediately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, the Honourable Member for York-Durham.
I'm presenting a petition today, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Canadians concerned with the Liberal Bill C-9, their censorship bill, including Canadians who joined us yesterday on Parliament Hill to rally against that. Petitioners are particularly concerned that the Liberals and Bloc have passed an amendment that would remove long-standing protections for the good faith expression of religious belief and the good faith reading and expression from religious text. These changes would subject Canadians to criminal sanction for simply reading the Bible, Torah, Quran, or other holy texts. Therefore, these Canadians are requesting the government to withdraw this bill and protect freedom of religion.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétition de Honourable Member for Glanborough, Flamborough, Glanbrook, Brant North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise and present a petition on behalf of Canadians who are opposed to Liberal Bill C9 and the threats that it poses to freedom of religion and freedom of expression, and to have joined some of those Canadians on Parliament Hill yesterday rallying against this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, the Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, and Conservative Caucus Chair.
Thank you, sir. I am presenting a petition. It's the first petition of what I believe will be many that will come in on the subject of the Alto high-speed rail project. There's currently an online petition with, at this point, over 10,000 signatures, and I know other print petitions are circulating. The petitioners draw the House's attention to the fact that the cost of this project will be as much as $90 billion, which is $9,000 for every single family of four in Canada. They note the aggressive use of expropriation orders to prohibit work on private property and other measures, such as the right of first refusal, that will destroy or reduce the value of property along many of the people who are online who will see their properties affected. They note that the high-speed rail will create an impenetrable barrier between two sides of the same community. They therefore call upon the government to do three things. First, to immediately cancel the Alto high-speed rail project, that in the event the project is pursued, that the Ottawa-Montreal portion be finished before any expropriations occur west of Ottawa, and finally, they observe that the expropriation, the full protections of the Expropriation Act should be returned to property owners along the route instead of being stripped away as has been done under the Budget Implementation Bill. Thank you.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, Glengarry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I continue to receive many phone calls, visits to my office, and emails from residents in SDNG concerned about Bill C9 and the Liberal and Bloc attempts to attack religious freedom and attacks on freedom of expression. Despite the censorship efforts of the government in the course of this past week, in team with the Bloc Québécois to ram this legislation through, the irony is they are censoring their own censorship bill by ramming it through. I wish to add the names of dozens of petitioners in my community that are speaking out against this. Whether they be Christian, Muslim, or other faiths, they remain concerned about the ability to read their own sacred texts, to be able to practice those teachings in a public or private setting. I stand behind them and firmly oppose Bill C9. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Central Newfoundland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, service medals represent the formal recognition of dedication, service, and sacrifice by members of our Canadian Armed Forces, emergency services, firefighters, and other eligible public servants. You know, these service medals have been taking longer and longer and longer. We have folks who are passing away before they get their long service medals. So I thank the folks who spearheaded this petition, the firefighters of Newfoundland and Labrador, and we're calling on the government to fix this and make this process much more expedient so those that have sacrificed and served get honoured on time. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to rise on behalf of the citizens in Cambridge. I'm still getting numerous calls and emails from hundreds of people, and they're calling the Government of Canada to withdraw Bill C9 and to protect religious freedoms, uphold the right to read and share sacred texts, and prevent the government intrusion into their faith. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. If the member could just confirm that the member is wearing an approved headset.
I hope that I am, Mr. Speaker. It's one I received through our parliamentary system. Are the d'accord pour les interprètes?
Looking at the table.
All good for interpreter?
Make a determination. It's not just the headset, it's also the software to make sure that it's actually functional and it's actually on the correct setting. Is it working? Is it not working?
J'ai un autre s'il y a un problème. J'ai un autre device aussi.
Presenting.
Interpretation will not be provided to the current speaker due to inadequate sound quality.
Should have been tested before.
She can try.
I'm going to look to the table office to make sure that it is working. But members should be ready to speak with an approved headset that is working correctly. Otherwise, I will just move on to the very next person.
Oui, je reste prête. J'étais ici pendant toute la session.
Ça fonctionne maintenant? The member for Sandwich Gulf Islands can proceed with the tabling of the petition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. M'excuse pour le petit problème, mais je reste.
Apologies for those minor issues. Apologies to our interpreters. I will now be presenting a petition, virtually, of course.
The petitioners expressed deep concern for the historic wrongs and injustices to Indigenous peoples by settler culture Canadians over the experience of colonization. They specifically, to summarize, Mr. Speaker, call on the government to follow through on the many long overdue promises to implement the calls to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the calls for justice from the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Commission, and to follow closely our commitments under the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. It's a timely petition. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's responses, if the government's responses to questions number 777 to 783 and 785 to 793 be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled in an electronic format immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that these questions be made into orders of return and tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would then ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments, resuming consideration of second reading of Bill C-20, Build Canada Homes Act.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Sudbury East, Manitoulin, and Nickelbelt.
Mr. Speaker, the facts are clear. After a decade of Liberal government, housing prices in Canada have doubled, and the dream of owning a home has never been further out of reach for millions of Canadians, especially in Sudbury East, Manitoulin, and Nickelbelt. For generations, owning a home was a cornerstone of the Canadian dream. It represented stability, security, and the promise that if you worked hard and saved, you could build a future for your family. Today, that dream is slipping away. Young Northern Ontarians are increasingly asking themselves whether they will be able to buy their first home. Many have done everything right, studied hard, found good jobs, saved what they can, yet they still find themselves priced out of the market. At the same time, Canadians are carrying record levels of household debt. Today, that number stands at $2.6 trillion, much of it tied to mortgages. Families are stretching themselves financially to simply put a roof over their heads. Mortgage payments have skyrocketed, rent has climbed dramatically, and for many Canadians, the cost of housing now consumes a larger portion of their income than ever before. This is not a small challenge. It is not a temporary problem. It is a full-blown housing crisis, and Canadians are asking a simple question: how did we get here? The reality is that after years of failed policies and immigration influx, the Liberals have utterly broken the housing market. Buyers can't afford to buy, sellers can't afford to sell, and builders can't afford to build. The supply of housing has not kept up with demand, and the barriers to build new homes have grown higher and higher. Instead of removing those barriers, the government has too often added to them. Regulations have multiplied, approval processes have slowed, costs have increased, and every delay means fewer homes being built for Canadians who desperately need them. Mr. Speaker, one of the most frustrating aspects of this crisis is that the gap between the government's rhetoric and the results Canadians are actually seeing. We hear announcements, we hear slogans, we hear promises. But when Canadians look around their communities, they do not see homes being built at the pace that is needed. The Prime Minister's latest budget provides another example of this pattern. Not long ago, the government promised to cut municipal home building taxes in half in order to make it easier and cheaper to build new homes. Yet, in the most recent budget, that promise has been broken. At the time when we should be reducing the cost of building homes, these Liberals have instead allowed costs to continue rising. Industrial taxes imposed by the federal government are increasing the price of key materials like cement, steel, and glass. Every time the cost of those materials goes up, the cost of building homes goes up. And as the cost of building homes rises, those costs are ultimately passed on to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the result is a system where everyone is stuck. Young families cannot buy their first home. Parents worry that their children will never be able to afford to live in the communities where they grew up. Seniors want to downsize. Often, there are not enough suitable options available. And builders who want to construct more homes are facing rising costs, delays, and uncertainty. Instead of focusing on removing barriers and enabling builders to build, these Liberals have chosen another approach. Their latest proposal is to create yet another federal housing bureaucracy. Canadians are now being told that the solution to the housing crisis is a fourth federal housing agency, Build Canada Homes. But Northerners are right to ask an important question. If the existing housing programs and agencies have not solved the problem, why would creating another bureaucracy suddenly change the outcome? More bureaucracy does not build homes. More paperwork does not build homes. More announcements do not build homes. Builders build homes, workers build homes, and communities build homes. What they need is the ability to move projects forward quickly and affordably. Unfortunately, the early result of this new initiative raises serious concerns. So far, the only thing Build Canada Homes has delivered is paychecks to bureaucrats with $0 spent on actual capital investment. After months and months of discussions, Canadians have not seen a shovel in the ground. They have not seen cranes in the sky. They have not seen the kind of progress that this crisis demands. In fact, far from building at generational speed, it took nearly a year simply to introduce legislation that still does not result in homes being built. Mr. Speaker, Canadians do not measure success by the number of press releases issued by the government. They measure success by results. They measure success by whether their children can afford to move out of the basement. They measure success by whether families can buy a home in a community where they work. They measure success by whether young people can start their lives together with confidence about the future. Right now, too many Canadians feel that the system is working against them. They feel no matter how hard they work, the goalpost keeps moving further away. This is not the Canada people expect, and this is not the kind of Canada people deserve. The housing crisis demands urgency. It demands practical solutions, and it demands a willingness to remove barriers that are preventing homes from being built. That means reducing red tape. Most importantly, it means focusing on outcomes rather than announcements, because at the end of the day, Canadians are not asking for more bureaucracy in Ottawa. They are asking for more affordable homes in their communities. They are asking for a fair chance to build a future, and they are asking for leadership that understands the urgency of the moment. A Conservative government would cut the GST on all new homes under $1.3 million, tie federal infrastructure dollars to home building, cut development charges by 50%, and end capital tax gains on reinvestments in new housing in Canada. Mr. Speaker, after a decade of Liberal housing policy, the results are impossible to ignore. Housing prices have doubled. Household debt has reached record levels. An entire generation feels increasingly locked out of the dream of home ownership. After 10 years of Liberal housing policy, the only thing they have managed to build is a housing crisis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I look at it in terms of what's actually happening on the ground. And what I see on the ground is you have municipalities, provinces, many other stakeholders that are working along with Ottawa to ensure that we can address a very important issue that Canadians are concerned about. And my question to the member is, I reflect on the City of Winnipeg, the local mayor, the Premier of Manitoba, and others that are saying this is a good thing. The Conservative Party seems to be the only one that's kind of like out in the cold. Does he support what it is that our municipalities and premiers and provinces are saying and the deals that are being struck?
The Honourable Member for Sudbury East, Manitoulin, Nickel Belt.
Thank you. Thanks to my colleague for a question, Mr. Speaker. Canadians need more homes. Northern Ontario need more homes. And the Prime Minister promised to build 500 new homes at a year at speeds that not have seen this since the Second World War. But his own agency confirmed that housing starts have collapsed. While the Liberals failed to get housing built, Conservatives are bringing real solutions to restore a country that puts home ownership within reach. That means increasing the supply of homes by cutting building taxes, tying federal infrastructure to dollars to home building, ending the federal sales tax on all new homes under $1.3 million, and enacting the capital gains tax on reinvestment in Canadian companies.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I get the impression that the government is doing things backwards. There's a massive housing crisis, they say. Lair created Crown Corporation to respond to that, but they are not accessing or securing the building material they need. The forestry sector is currently going through the worst crisis in its history. We're actually losing players week after week, month after month in the forestry sector. Building materials, when the government is finally ready to deploy that strategy, where will they be? We will have lost a significant number of our players in the forestry sector. The government's not doing anything about it. Doesn't seem prepared to negotiate it with the U.S. to put an end to the tariff war. What does my colleague think? That things are happening backwards and that we should focus on securing the forestry sector.
Manitoulin.
The honourable member for Sudbury East, Manitoulin, Nickel Belt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I fully agree with my colleague. Construction costs are too high, and we should certainly do something for the forestry sector to help in the building of homes.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I couldn't agree more with my honourable colleague about the frustration that I know I'm feeling and people in my riding are feeling too about this increase in bureaucracy and then not resulting in actually more houses being built. And I would ask my neighbor, because my colleague is my neighbor to the north, if he's seeing the same real-world consequences, especially to our youth. This lack of housing for the next generation sees youth having to move out of our respective ridings, at least my riding, to go to the major cities to find even a place, and even there they can't afford to find a place to live. So is the member seeing that same sort of challenges with youth not having a place to live, and then it's dwindling the workforce in his riding too?
Honourable Member for Sudbury East, Manitoulin, Nickel Belt.
Mr. Speaker, thank you to my honourable colleague for the question. First-time home buyers need supply and affordability. That means more homes being built in communities across Canada, not another federal bureaucracy. It means cutting unnecessary taxes and lowering material costs. And speeding up approvals will give young Canadians a real chance to own a home rather than staying in their parents' basement.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for St. Albert, Sturgeon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak on Bill C-20, the badly misnamed Build Canada Homes Act. Before getting into some of the problems with Build Canada Homes, let me just outline the very real housing crisis that this country faces. After 10 years of these Liberals, housing costs have doubled. In fact, housing costs are now 50% higher than in the U.S. Consequently, many young Canadians cannot afford a new home. The aspiration of home ownership has become unattainable, something that would have been unimaginable only a few years ago. Under these Liberals, they have literally priced an entire generation of Canadians out of the market. And what is the root of the problem? The root of the problem overall is one of supply. The reason housing is expensive is because we're not building enough of it. We're not building enough homes fast enough. Indeed, we are building fewer homes today than we were in 1972, at a time when Canada had a population half of what it is today. According to the CMHC, Canada needs to build anywhere from 430,000 to 500,000 new homes on a sustained period, year upon year, in order to restore affordability. We are nowhere near that mark. In fact, in 2025, new housing starts languished at 259,000, and according to CMHC data, the trajectory is not a positive one. In fact, the projection from CMHC is that new housing starts are trending downward year upon year, falling to a mere 212,000 new housing starts in 2028, less than half the number of new homes needed to restore affordability. Mr. Speaker, enter Build Canada Homes, the Prime Minister's brainchild to solve Canada's housing crisis. What is Build Canada Homes? Well, it's about getting the federal government into the business of building homes. It would establish a Crown corporation wherein the federal government would act as a real estate developer for affordable housing. The overriding problem with Build Canada Homes conceptually is that it seeks to solve a problem that doesn't exist. In Canada, we are not lacking real estate developers. We have plenty of real estate developers, but that's what Build Canada Homes is. It's about the federal government acting as a real estate developer. The real problems that we face when it comes to housing are layer upon layer of red tape, regulation, development charges, and taxes that have discouraged builders from building. Indeed, if one looks at building permits in Canada, we rank 34 out of 35 out of OECD countries. It takes, on average, 250 days for a building permit to be issued in Canada. By comparison, for a residential building permit in the U.S., the time is, on average, a month, and in some cases, they are issued in the span of a week. Now, the source of the layers of red tape and regulation largely falls at the municipal level by big city mayors and councils that have acted as gatekeepers. These local gatekeepers have created some of the most unaffordable, most expensive housing markets in the world. Vancouver is the most extreme example, being the third most unaffordable housing market in the world, but other cities like Toronto are not far behind. According to analysis from the CD Howe Institute, gatekeepers with their red tape and regulation, have added $1.3 million to the cost of the average home in Vancouver and $350,000 in Toronto. So, given that, is it any wonder that we're not building the homes that we need, that we have a supply issue that has resulted in housing being very, very expensive, pushing Canadians right out of the market? In the face of that, Mr. Speaker, the solution, intuitively, is to get the gatekeepers out of the way and let builders build. To that end, Conservatives have put forward a number of common sense proposals to do just that. For example, we have proposed the Building Homes Not Bureaucracy Act. Under this proposed legislation, federal infrastructure dollars would in part be tied to the building of new homes to municipalities, so that municipalities that sped up permitting and increased the housing supply would receive a building bonus, whereas those municipalities that insisted on being gatekeepers would see a similar percentage or the same percentage of federal infrastructure dollars withheld. But we haven't stopped there. We are calling for cutting the GST off all new homes. That would save the average family $65,000 on the purchase of a new home. Now, the Liberals promised something similar during the election campaign. What they've delivered instead is taking the GST off new homes for first-time home buyers. The problem with that, of course, is that very few first-time home buyers purchase a brand new home, meaning that the Liberals' GST cut helps very, very few purchasers. Conservatives have also called for the government to take action to reduce development charges. This is something that the Prime Minister campaigned on. In fact, the Prime Minister quite correctly noted that taxes can contribute to 30% of the costs of a new home. But when it comes to actually doing something about it, we haven't seen action from the Prime Minister, just talk. And Conservatives have proposed taking the capital gains tax off reinvestments in Canada, including reinvestments in housing, which would help unlock billions of dollars in Canada's home building sector. In contrast, what are the Liberals offering? They're offering Build Canada Homes. Build Canada Homes that does nothing to address the underlying cost factors that have stifled supply, resulting in housing being unaffordable due to a lack of supply. Now, what will Build Canada Homes do? Well, one thing it will certainly do is build a big, fat new bureaucracy, a $13 billion bureaucracy. But what it won't do is build new homes. In fact, according to analysis from the Parliamentary Budget Officer, Build Canada Homes will build approximately 5,000 new units per year. 5,000 units per year. That's 1% of the 500,000 new units that we need to restore affordability. And this is the brainchild of the Prime Minister. His solution to the housing crisis, when he said during the election that he would accelerate housing at speeds not seen in generations, and what he puts forward is a bureaucracy that will build 5,000 new homes. As I noted at the beginning of my speech, Build Canada Homes is badly misnamed because it won't build new homes. It will build bureaucracy. We don't need bureaucracy. We need to get gatekeepers out of the way and let builders build the homes that Canadians need.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member from Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, perhaps more of an invitation than a question, but I would very much like to offer to my honourable colleague an opportunity to come to Winnipeg and visit in my riding of Winnipeg South Centre significant developments that are being made on former public lands to help support Indigenous communities and build the local economy more broadly. My question for the honourable member, Mr. Speaker, would be, does he acknowledge that Building Canada Homes allows us to leverage these forms of opportunities in ridings like mine, which are going to help spur development for much needed growth and to support communities who have historically been disadvantaged? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for St. Albert, Sturgeon River.
Mr. Speaker, Build Canada Homes will build 5,000 new units at an extraordinary cost. It's totally inefficient. It doesn't achieve the results that are needed to restore affordability. And by the way, it is a concept that isn't particularly new. In fact, it's been tried, tested, and failed as recently as the last few years in New Zealand, when the socialist government there put forward Kiwi Build with the target of building 100,000 new affordable housing units in 10 years. After 6 years, Kiwi Build managed to build 2,400 units.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. I will just wait for my colleague to put on his earpiece because, of course, what I'm going to say is so great, he needs to hear it. I would like to say that I share my colleague's concerns about the fact that this may just add a layer of red tape. Will adding this Crown Corporation make us more agile in meeting the housing crisis? I share my colleagues' concerns. But wouldn't a way to take action on this, wouldn't it have been a good idea for the government to just take that money that's associated to Build Canada Homes and just transfer it to Quebec and the provinces? They have the skills to build. And this is just creating a centralizing structure, which may not do anything. They could have just transferred the money.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Sturgeon River.
Mr. Speaker, there is a role for the federal government to play when it comes to working with provinces and municipalities. And in that regard, I concur with the honourable member. But at the root of the problem is one of supply. And the reason we have an issue of supply is because of red tape and bureaucracy due to policies of gatekeepers. We need to get gatekeepers out of the way. We need to cut taxes. We need to reduce barriers to increase supply, to build the homes that Canadians need and bring home affordability. Conservatives have put forward a number of concrete measures to do just that.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Vernon Lake Country, Monashee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we face a situation similar to the one we faced after the Second World War, with millions of people looking for homes. The solution then was quite different and quite a bit more effective. By 1947, Canada was building 80, 90, as much as 100,000 homes per year. Not one Crown Corporation was involved, or I should say only one, and that was CMHC, and that was explicitly for veterans. How was it done? The private sector did it by responding to demand at a time, and the government helped by getting out of the way. And I wonder if the member could explain to the Liberals how that possibly happened without a giant bureaucracy to do it.
Honourable member for St. Albert, Sturgeon River.
Mr. Speaker, if it was a matter of building bureaucracies, if it were a matter of spending money, we would have more housing and the most affordable housing in the world. Because this is a government that has added layer upon layer of bureaucracy. They've spent tens of billions of dollars around so-called affordable housing, and at the end of the day, the results are that fewer and fewer Canadians can enter the market, and housing has never been more unaffordable than it is today after 10 years of these Liberals.
We have time for a short question. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that when the leader of the Conservative Party was the Minister of Housing, he actually built 6 houses while he was the minister. And the Conservative policy today now says just get out of the way. So we understand the Conservatives' policy position on housing, but what makes the member believe that we will actually see more houses being built under the past policy of the Conservatives?
The honourable member for St. Albert, Sturgeon River, 15 seconds or less.
Mr. Speaker, the past record of the Harper government was a solid one. We didn't have a housing crisis in this country at the time. Housing costs were half of what they were today. The idea that for a first-time home buyer that they would be priced out of market, that wasn't the reality in 2014 or 20.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recall very clearly all of the rhetoric that we heard from the Prime Minister during the election campaign, where he had this initiative, Build Canada Homes, and he said it was part of a strategy that was going to enable the federal government to support the forestry industry. And we're just not seeing much of that. I'll come back to that. It's a laudable goal, wanting to do something about the housing crisis. It's laudable on the part of the government. But should it have been done by creating a new crown corporation? Once burned, twice shy, as they say. Generally, federal government initiatives take a really long time to actually have effects on the ground in Quebec. In addition, housing is a Quebec and provincial jurisdiction. And I wonder why they didn't just simply transfer the sums to levels of government that could have used the money to create housing. But I don't necessarily want to say there's nothing good here. There are some good things. For example, the infrastructure fund. Before the election, a lot of municipalities asked for something like this because of the housing crisis and so on. We know that there's a lot of problems with infrastructure, water, sewage, and so on. And the fact that Quebec got $1 billion in that fund, that could help with this infrastructure issue. So that's something. And then the other thing that's a major issue in the housing crisis is how we have shortages of construction material. And of course, the biggest construction material is lumber. And I do want to digress a bit and talk about the forestry industry. Currently, it's going through an unprecedented crisis. We know that the hard workers in the sector are weakened by the fact that things have for a long time have been really difficult. For example, there have been pests. There were historic wildfires in 2023. There was the policy on caribou that created problems. And then, of course, the ongoing trade conflict on softwood lumber, which is going on, and which is hurting the whole sector in Quebec. Let's be very clear. Softwood lumber today is at a crossroads. It's such an important sector for so many communities, but that's being weakened. We're just not going to be able to continue like this, and we know that we cannot maintain the current commodity model where essentially the entire softwood lumber sector just produces 2x4s for the Americans. We're too dependent. We need to instead consider how we can transform the forestry sector and add more added value. We heard from the Minister of Natural Resources about the fact that we need to help the forestry sector. And that's great, but it's such an intense crisis. We can't wait any further. We cannot wait for a further strategy from the federal government. We need to take action immediately. Now, we will not be able to entirely replace the American market with a domestic market like Build Canada Homes. I think it's futile to think that without clear financial structured support from the federal government, I do not believe that the industry will be able to get through this crisis. The liquidity crisis that is affecting the main players in the forestry sector is putting an end to investment opportunities in infrastructure or equipment, and the federal government needs to understand this. People in the forestry sector would like to invest in new equipment so that they can provide the kind of wood that is needed to build houses at a time when they have no liquidity. They can't invest like that. So instead of doing something like Build Canada Homes, the government should ensure that it can help a maximum number of forestry industry players continue to operate. But the government doesn't seem to be paying any attention to that. It's ignoring the fact that the forestry sector is like a chain, and when you cut any of the links of that chain, you're making the whole thing weaker. By not protecting sawmills and small forestry businesses, the government is placing the whole sector at risk. Look, ever since April 2017, when the countervailing and anti-dumping tariffs came into force. Since then, the Quebec Natural Resources Ministry estimates that 35 factories have closed definitively and 29 others temporarily, which means for Quebec a net loss of 2,158 permanent jobs and 1,927 part-time jobs. And of course, this debacle is principally affecting the most vulnerable regions of Quebec. And currently, we're seeing a decrease in 45% decrease in income for sawmills that export to the Americans. I mean, how can you continue to operate with that kind of effect on your profit margins? The fact that we have the anti-dumping and countervailing tariffs and the 10% tariff means that this is the most highly tariffed sector in Canada. And yet the government is refusing to do anything. Not only is the government not taking action or negotiating the lumber conflict, it's also refusing to put into place any mechanisms to reduce the impact of the tariffs. In order to do something about the liquidity crisis, the government announced in August that it was going to guarantee loans in collaboration with BDC, but it's been 7 months since then, and after speaking to many people in the sector, nothing is being done. I can tell you that. Without doing something in the short term to fix the liquidity crisis in the forestry sector, we are sure to see a serious decrease in activity in 2026. Thousands of jobs will be lost. And there will be an increased devitalization of many communities in the forestry sector. And I'm saying this, Mr. Speaker, because what the government needs to do is to protect Canada's construction material capacity in order to have those materials available when Build Canada Homes is deployed. That's what the government should be doing. How can we maintain our capacity to produce construction materials? Well, it's very simple. It takes time for the forestry industry to bounce back. It's going to take time to get rolling again. And before it can actually produce new housing, it's going to take some time. So meanwhile, if we want to keep the jobs in the forestry sector, what the government needs to do, it needs to accept what's being asked for by the industry, by the unions, something we've been asking for as well. The government could very easily, every month, buy back half of the anti-dumping and countervailing tariffs for people who sell softwood lumber to the United States. That way, the sawmills could continue to keep operating. And that way, once Build Canada Homes does come into action, well, there will be industrial sawmills that can actually provide the materials necessary, both in Quebec and Canada. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Madawaska.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to a joint working group, the Quebec and Canadian governments have decided to work together in order to fund affordable housing On this side of the House, I am very pleased to say that I'm part of a group with around 40 Liberal Quebec colleagues, and they all understand the importance of doing more in the area of housing. So given that there has now been a formalized agreement between the two governments, will my colleague for the Bloc vote in favor of the bill to Build Canada Homes as a Crown corporation, or will the Bloc decide to vote against and block housing construction in Quebec?
The honourable member for Jonquière. I noted that we were in favor of the Quebec agreement and the $1 billion worth of infrastructure spending. I'm not going to be blocking any housing from getting built. It's the government's ineptitude that is blocking housing. They're letting a sector that is essential to building homes wither away, namely the lumber sector. The federal government is literally letting this sector, which is so important to Quebec, die on the vine. They are not negotiating in a way that would solve the tariff crisis that is impacting the lumber sector. No one on the other side of the House seems to be worried about forestry workers. Sure, the government has proposed a retooling program, but these are workers who are literally being smothered. So I'm not blocking anything. It's the government in action that's blocking housing construction. The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, thanks for the opportunity. Every time this government have an issue, they either throw money at it or create another bureaucracy. Will the honourable member agree?
The honourable member for Jonquière. I agree with my colleague about bureaucracy. I don't think setting up a new Crown corporation will allow us to solve the housing crisis. The simplest solution would have been to take the money being devoted to this program and send it to Quebec and the provinces who are better placed to build homes. But the federal government likes to slap a Canadian flag on every single one of its measures, and that makes it less efficient than it could be. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. Throughout his speech, my colleague pointed to the lack of support for the forestry industry, an industry, however, that said, which will be essential for building the homes that the party across the way wants to build. When he said that the $1 billion of infrastructure spending for Quebec is a good thing, he's right. But this $1 billion represents about 17% of total infrastructure spending, despite the fact that Quebec is 22% of Canada's population. Could my colleague respond? What my colleague has raised so eloquently is the fact that Quebec is being treated unfairly, something that we're used to at this point. Quebec is mistreated in federal government programs. Which two sectors are feeling the biggest effect of the tariffs? Aluminum and lumber, both Quebec industries, and both industries that the federal government is allowing to fall through the cracks. All they talk about is oil, gas, and the auto sector. That's the vision of Canada in all its shining glory. It's been the same for 30 or 40 years, and the only thing that could solve it is Quebec independence.
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have a very specific question for the member. And that is, you know, the federal government has programs that really promote things such as housing co-ops. And my question to the member is, does he make any attempt to communicate with his constituents about programs that the federal government is offering in which his constituents would actually benefit, such as housing co-ops and things of that nature, including in future this particular corporation being established today?
Honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. I get it. There are federal programs to support housing cooperatives. And it's all very natural for MPs to support projects going on in their riding. That's part of what we do here in this House. But what I want my colleague from Winnipeg North to take away from my speech is that the government is doing things backwards. They're building a bureaucratic structure to build homes without shoring up the materials used to build homes. And my colleagues should be concerned about that. They're creating a bureaucratic structure to respond to the housing crisis, but they're not actually protecting the materials, and that makes no sense.
Member for Kenora, Kawatanuk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pleased to be able to catch your eye and join debate on C20, a piece of legislation purportedly aiming to address the housing crisis in Canada. Of course, we know the Liberals are talking about this legislation in the light that they believe that this will build Canada homes, Mr. Speaker, but we know, reading through this legislation and through the past work after 10 years, 11 years of this Liberal government, that it will only build more Canadian bureaucracy. But it's no question that we are in a housing crisis, Mr. Speaker. We see it right across the country in communities, big and small, whether the large cities in Toronto or the small rural communities of Northern Ontario where I represent. This is the result of Liberal policies, a high tax and spend agenda that has driven up the costs of housing construction, that has driven up interest rates and mortgage rates, and has led to a situation where people right across all walks of life, different income levels, different ages, are struggling to find appropriate housing. And as I mentioned, this is something we see right in northwestern Ontario. I don't know how many seniors I've spoken to, Mr. Speaker, who are looking to downsize but can't find an appropriate place. They're in too big of a home. They want to be able to downsize, to move out of the home and allow a young family, a working family, to be able to buy their home, and they're unable to do so. As a result, young Canadians, an entire generation of young Canadians, are being priced out of home ownership, Mr. Speaker. Mortgage rates are rising, and many people who even have a home, perhaps even their dream home, are now worried they're not going to be able to continue making payments, Mr. Speaker. In fact, Canadians are carrying a record household debt of $2.6 trillion, Mr. Speaker, and most of that is from mortgages. And it's no question as well that home building is trending down. Again, the Liberal government likes to talk a big game about building housing and other infrastructure at speeds never before seen, but home building has been trending down under this Liberal government over the last 11 years, and including under this Prime Minister. From spring to fall last year, Mr. Speaker, 26% fewer permits were issued to build homes, a dramatic decrease showing that this government's policies are continuing to not only not address the issue, but make the issue even worse. And we see it, right, again, like I said, right across the country in the headlines. I'd like to look at a few headlines, Mr. Speaker, from the real estate section in the Globe and Mail today. And I will point out the Globe and Mail is not necessarily known for its street cred as a conservative newspaper, Mr. Speaker, but nonetheless, we see townhouse seller in Bolton accepts bid $24,000 under asking, Mr. Speaker. There's also 5 bidders vie for semi-detached in Toronto. Buyer waits for Calgary condo price to come within range. We see this time and again. This is just a few headlines from just today's paper, Mr. Speaker. We see this over and over, week after week, right across the country. The Liberals have created a housing market where buyers can't buy, sellers can't sell, and builders can't build. And how that looks locally, of course, what's going on in northwestern Ontario, not likely to be captured in a national newspaper, unfortunately, but in northwestern Ontario, looking at the city I live in Kenora, currently has a shortage of over 1,600 units, 1,620 units to be exact, and that deficit is projected to grow to 2,500 units by 2031 as population growth and service demands increase, Mr. Speaker. This has led to rising rents and home prices, of course, and we also see local businesses and organizations reporting difficulties attracting and retaining workers to the region due to the lack of housing and rental options, and many business owners are actually looking into buying houses themselves owned by the business strictly for their workers to be able to live in, because there's no other way of bringing workers to the region or keeping workers in the region. In northwestern Ontario, as well in Red Lake, I was speaking with the mayor last night, and he told me that the community must build at least 40 new homes over the next decade with an expected population increase of 1,900. And that population increase that they're expecting is good news. It's new mining developments in the region, job growth with 1,000 jobs at the Kinross Great Bear project, First Mining Gold bringing in 600 jobs, Frontier Lithium over 700 jobs, and in addition, an expansion of the current Evolution mine operation by 300 people, as well as West Red Lake Gold, looking at another 200 people, Mr. Speaker. These are just a couple local examples of the massive gap in housing that exists. But in northwestern Ontario, I also think we can see some of the solutions to the housing crisis, and namely the land that we have. Lots of land in northwestern Ontario, Mr. Speaker, and indeed lots of land right across the country, much of it either vacant land or properties that can be used for housing development. And I would include in that there's underused and, quite frankly, deteriorating Health Canada-owned properties in Sioux Lookout. And I will implore the government once again to release these properties for housing development to help address the massive gap in housing that we see in the community of Sioux Lookout, a hub of the north, a service center for many remote First Nations. And in Ear Falls as well. Ear Falls is an interesting community, Mr. Speaker. It's about 336 square kilometers and a population less than 1,000. There's lots of space to build in Ear Falls. They've got nothing but space. In fact, there's even many lots that are serviced for housing development in Ear Falls. They're ready to go. They're hoping as well to be able to capitalize on some of the mining activity that we're seeing in the Red Lake Ear Falls region, but they need to be able to build the houses to make that happen, Mr. Speaker. I would note as well, this government, again, always talking a big game when it comes to First Nations and not following through. And it's certainly the case when it comes to housing in First Nations. And we've seen a number of reports, whether it's on housing, whether it's on drinking water, other critical infrastructure, that the government is spending a lot of money, making a lot of announcements, creating a lot of programs, but the results aren't changing. Life isn't improving in the communities, and I'm proud to represent 38 First Nations across treaties, territories 3, 5, and 9, Mr. Speaker, and each of these communities has their own unique housing challenges. We've seen reports from the Auditor General that have repeated that the government is failing when it comes to First Nations housing. The Auditor General has pointed out that despite massively increasing spending, as I mentioned, the Liberals are not meeting their obligations. In fact, homes are being built without being up to code. The prices are skyrocketing because of red tape and a lack of competition in the builders that are available to build these homes, Mr. Speaker. But instead of addressing these concerns, the Liberal government just keeps throwing money at the issue, not just in First Nations, but right across the country. They're creating more bureaucracy, and they're not, and communities aren't receiving adequate housing as a result. Mr. Speaker, so we look at the Liberal approach overall over the last 10 years. They've failed to recognize that housing is a crisis of their own policies and of their own making. Under their watch, housing prices have doubled, and many young Canadians have given up completely on their dream of home ownership. They've now admitted it's a crisis, but their answer is only to create another multi-billion-dollar housing bureaucracy, their fourth housing bureaucracy, Mr. Speaker, that's only going to construct 1% of the promised homes that they need. They promised 500,000 per year, and in reality, housing starts are expected to fall to just 212,000 per year by 2028. But Conservatives have a solution, Mr. Speaker. We do not support adding more bureaucratic red tape to the housing sector, and that's why we will cut the GST on new homes under $1.3 million, which will save families up to $65,000 and unleash new building. We will tie federal infrastructure dollars to home building, ensuring that municipalities must permit at least 15% or more for home building each year. We will cut development charges by 50%, something the Liberals have promised but have failed or refused to do after being elected, Mr. Speaker. And we will end the capital gains tax on reinvestments in the country's home building sector. It's clear, Mr. Speaker, that only Conservatives have a plan to restore the Canadian promise of home ownership by axing bureaucracy and taxes on home building, requiring municipalities to issue more permits, and letting builders build the homes we need. Thank you.
Comments, questions, commentaires. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me first to correct an error I made in my remarks earlier. Tuesday is my 25th wedding anniversary, not my 20th, and my husband let me know immediately when I left the chamber. So happy anniversary, Mike. Listen, the member opposite, we agree that we need to see housing prices come down. We've had a housing bubble since the 1980s. And so when we are seeing homes selling under their asking price, when we increase the supply, that is that housing bubble starting to decelerate. When we increase more housing, we create competition, both with new homes and the ones that are resale. And I'm just curious with respect to development charges. I was a city councillor for 6 years. I'm wondering if the member opposite knows that if you cut development charges and you voted against supporting infrastructure, that is a direct download of the cost of infrastructure to the property taxpayer.
The member for Kenora-Kiiwetinoong to respond.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd simply remind the member that she ran on a platform to cut development charges. This is something the Liberal government promised that they were going to do in the election campaign, and after being elected have completely walked away from. And it's one of many solutions I've laid out, solutions to address this Liberal-made housing crisis. We know housing prices have doubled since they've taken office in 2015, Mr. Speaker. It's priced many young Canadians completely out of home ownership altogether.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to reassure my colleague, if 25 years felt like 20, that's a good thing, because time flies when you're having fun. Now I have a question for my Conservative colleague. I would like him to talk a little bit about the fact that Ottawa is creating a new Ottawa Knows Best policy, institution rather. It will drive up administrative costs. Instead, the government should provide money to the provinces so that they can build housing. Does he agree?
For Kenora-Kiiwetinoong.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I certainly agree with the premise that the government's creating another Ottawa Knows Best bureaucracy that's not going to be effective. I would submit to the member that we should look at ways for incentivizing the provinces and the municipalities to get more homes built. That's part of what I mentioned in my remarks, tying infrastructure dollars that municipalities receive to home building permits to ensure that municipalities are, we're not just giving a sort of a blank check, Mr. Speaker, and expecting that something is going to happen with that, but ensuring that these dollars are going towards houses being built, doing everything we can as a federal partner to work with municipalities and with provinces, and do all we can to incentivize that development.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saskatoon South.
Mr. Speaker, thanks to my honourable colleague. He brought up a number of good points, because right now in Northwest Ontario, the mining companies desperately need people. And this seems to be, C20, another bureaucracy by the Liberal Party and this government. And, you know, it's just going to hold that whole northwest part of Ontario back. How can you hire people when you don't have enough housing? So I want to, ask the honourable member about that, because I got a similar situation in Saskatchewan. They have these big plans, but no housing. And when you don't have housing, you don't have companies willing to build.
The honourable member for Kenora-Kiiwetinoong.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. And the member is absolutely right. Again, as I mentioned, this is something that we see right across northwestern Ontario, and I think in many regions of the country, including in Saskatchewan, as he mentioned. There's a lot of opportunity for development. I mean, Northern Ontario has what the world needs in terms of critical minerals, and then there's many opportunities for that, but we need the housing to be able to house the workers. It's a very simple concept. We see it in this major development. So again, the Liberals talk about self-reliance and getting things built here in Canada, and they need to start with housing in Northern Ontario if we're going to see that reality.
Resuming debate, reprise débat. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to rise today on behalf of the great people of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford on Vancouver Island to discuss Bill C-20, the Build Canada Homes Act. Simply put, Vancouver Island, indeed Canada, is in a housing crisis. There is an entire generation that is being priced out of home ownership, and far too many, including young Canadians, have lost the hope of ever owning a home. This crisis will not solve, and it is the job of the government to take action to fix it. Last week I held a roundtable in Langford, specifically to discuss housing with my colleague from Parry Sound, Muskoka, the Shadow Minister of Housing. We spoke to builders, developers, mayors, and other local industry leaders to discuss the challenges they are facing, along with possible solutions to get homes built. They all said the same thing: extraneous regulations, long and unpredictable approval periods, Expensive taxes and the rising cost of materials and services are killing the industry. Companies like Viking Properties, a small developer on Vancouver Island, who have successfully built over 400 housing units in the Langford area, including 250 units since 2019, told us about increased fees, development cost charges, and the long wait times they face to get permits approved. These all add significant costs to their projects and are holding them back from building at a faster pace. Costs, by the way, that all end up being passed on to the buyer. These are the real problems that are slowing home building in Canada and making housing unaffordable to an entire generation. Compounded delays and skyrocketing costs have created a cycle where buyers can't afford to buy, sellers can't afford to sell, and builders can't afford to build. And we see this in crumbling housing starts across Canada. So this brings me to Bill C-20, the Build Canada Homes Agency bureaucracy. Will be the third housing agency created in the last 10 years and the fourth housing bureaucracy, none of which have succeeded so far. Mr. Speaker, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. Yet here we are doing the same thing again, and Canadians, frankly, deserve better. Building enough homes to meet the demands of a growing population is the only way to make housing affordable again. Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation has said we need to reach a target of 430 to 500,000 homes built for the next per year the next 10 years in order to meet this demand. Originally, the government promised this new housing agency would build 500,000 homes per year. Promising, but yes, just a promise. So far, they have not delivered. In fact, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has reported that Build Canada Homes Agency will build only approximately 5,200 homes per year. That's only 1% of the original promise, 1% of the targeted amount needed in order to make housing affordable for Canadians again. This simply is not enough. This will not solve the crisis we find ourselves in. So we must rely on our private developers and builders who have the proven skills, ingenuity, and fortitude to get this done. And to do that, we must address the challenges that they are facing so that they can build. Builders across Canada share the same message. They need less government involvement, less taxes, quicker, predictable approval times. We need to cut red tape so that homes can be built effectively. What we don't need is a fourth remix of the same song. The last 10 years have proven that adding processes does not fix the problem. Instead, it adds another layer of reviews that take time that leads to delays, and delays that lead to added costs that lead to higher sale prices. And another government agency is not the answer to the crisis. Under its current mandate, Canada Build Homes will not change zoning laws, eliminate discretionary rezoning, impose firm timelines on reviews, reduce development charges, or remove environmental duplication charges. So it will not build enough homes to meet the necessary targets, and it won't address any real challenges the industry is facing. Not only does this new agency not address these challenges, it does not address the root cause of the crisis. We cannot build homes fast enough to keep up with our growing population. Conservatives have put forward alternative solutions that would target some of the industry challenges head on, like cutting the GST on all new homes under builds under 1.3 million, saving families up to $65,000 on new homes, making these builds more affordable. Or importantly, tying federal infrastructure dollars to home building, encouraging municipalities to permit more home building each year with a target of 15% more. We suggested cutting development cost charges by 50%. This was a campaign promise by this government last year, but I'm sad to see that they have not followed through. We would also like to see the removal of capital gains tax on reinvestment in new housing in Canada, which would unlock billions of dollars of investments in the country's home building sector. These are solutions that tackle the real problems that the industry is facing and put the power back into the hands of Canada's home builders. I encourage my colleagues across the way to seriously consider these solutions so that we can reach the goals that I believe we all share, which is making housing affordable to Canadians. Yesterday, thank you. Terrific enthusiasm. Yesterday in this House, the Minister of Housing told Canadians the reason housing prices are so high is because of the war in Iran. This is a ridiculous statement to make for a multitude of reasons, none more so than the fact that we know the housing affordability crisis did not start a few weeks ago. It has been years in the making. Indeed, 11 years in the making, I would suggest. My colleagues across the way keep telling us to focus on what we control. So I urge the minister to take that advice. Let's focus on the issues that truly burden the industry. Too much government involvement, long wait periods, taxes. All the things that destroyed the housing economy in Vancouver when the minister was the mayor there. I spoke about insanity before, Mr. Speaker. Here it is again. More bureaucracy, rules and regulations that caused costs to skyrocket in Vancouver when he was the mayor, now imposed on all of Canada under his leadership. And it's been a year, Mr. Speaker. The minister knows that his grand plan is not working. Big announcements and promises of building at speeds never seen before, catalyzing the housing industry, and 500,000 homes per year have gotten us nowhere. And instead of taking responsibility and focusing on positive solutions, which is why my Conservative colleagues have put forward, and I've reiterated in my speech today, the minister has decided to lay blame elsewhere. Canadians know the reality of the crisis they face. So I challenge my colleagues opposite to look at the reality of the last year of promises and slogans and compare it to the results. Compare it to reality. We have collapsing housing starts. Prices remain unaffordable. Despite lowering, they remain unaffordable to those that have lost jobs and are having their wages cut and are struggling just to pay for everyday costs. The supply levels are plummeting. Conservatives have put forward a plan to unleash our trades, our investors, our workers, and our resources so that we can build homes quickly. Build Canada Homes will not remove those barriers. It only creates a massive new one. It does not solve the issue of delays. Therefore, it does not solve the issue of costs. Sometimes the best thing that a government can do is to simply get out of the way. So I call on all my colleagues in this House, let's work together to have homes built by builders, not bureaucracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just wondering if the member maybe could share the importance of partnerships and building partnerships with municipalities, with provinces, with the nonprofit sector, with Indigenous communities, and that this really is a whole of government approach. We need all hands on deck if we want to build the housing that Canadians need right now. And in particular, I'd like to point out that the Federation of Canadian Municipalities is very happy with this Build Canada Homes announcement. And in fact, they've said that they welcome the federal government's Build Canada Homes initiative as a strong signal of leadership on the housing crisis. The announcement shows a clear commitment to working in partnership with municipalities as well as provinces and territories, Indigenous governments, housing providers. So my question is, how is the member building partnerships in his community, and how can we all build together?
Honourable Member for Cochin, Malhat Langford.
Thank the member opposite for her question. And indeed, we do need to partner with municipalities, but part of that is getting out of the way and removing the extra layers of bureaucracy. I have spoken to builders and groups across South Vancouver Island, and they've said that they've had stuff cancelled, that they can't afford to do these things. So they need help. And as far as the Canadian Federation of Municipalities, they are signaling approval. But when they start looking at the realities that I've pointed out, the cancelled projects, the promises for 500,000 homes that simply are not being built, reality will quickly sink in that this plan is not working and we need to get out of the way and let our builders build. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I have a point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House that there have been discussions and amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent to put the question on Bill C-20 at second reading.
Although all those opposed to the member moving the motion, please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. Agreed. So the question is as follows. Mr. Robertson, seconded by Ms. Alty, moved that Bill C-20, an act respecting the establishment of Build Canada Homes, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. The member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on. I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader rising.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, would ask that it be passed on division.
It's on division. Agreed and so ordered. I declare the motion carried then on division. It being
Second reading this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business. Resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-243, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act parole review, standing in the name of Mr. Diop.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The public is used to hearing politicians talk about the importance of victims' rights, especially when a horrific crime is committed. What we have before us today is not just talk about protecting the victims of crime, but to actually do something. Bill C-243 is designed to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act to provide that in the case of an offender who is serving a sentence for first-degree murder or second-degree murder, parole is reviewed in accordance with the statutory time frames instead of an application by the offender. This would be done after the parole board has decided not to grant day or full parole to the offender. It is a simple change, but one that will have a profound effect on the families of crime victims. Most of us will never know the pain that comes with losing a loved one to murder. Thankfully, such crimes are rare in Canada, but they do occur. And when they occur, families are thrown into a legal system that can be very overwhelming. Frequently, it seems weighted in favor of the accused and the convicted killer, with the rights of families forgotten. According to our criminal code, where a culpable homicide is murder, A, where the person who causes the death of a human being, 1, means to cause this death, or 2, means to cause him bodily harm that he knows is likely to cause his death and is reckless whether death ensues or not. B, where a person meaning to cause death to a human being or meaning to cause him bodily harm that he knows is likely to cause his death and being reckless whether death ensues or not, by accident or mistake causes death to another human being, notwithstanding that he does not mean to cause death or bodily harm to that human being. Or C, if a person, for unlawful object, does anything that they know is likely to cause death, and by doing so causes the death of a human being, even if they desire to effect their object without causing death or bodily harm or any any human being. I repeat those words from the criminal code to remind us of the gravity of the offense. The taking of a human life is the worst crime we can imagine. Every life is precious. For someone to deliberately and unjustifiably end a life is deserving of the most serious punishment we can mete out. That's why we hand our life sentences. That's why we limit eligibility for parole. At the same time, Canadians believe in the possibility or rehabilitation and redemption. That's why even those convicted of murder are eligible for parole. We believe there is hope even for those who commit the worst crimes. That's why even those convicted of first-degree murder have the right to a parole hearing once a certain amount of time have passed. We acknowledge that people can do and can change. The Corrections and Conditional Release Act reminds us that the purpose of conditional release is to contribute to the maintenance of a just, peaceful, and safe society by means of decisions on the timing and conditions of release that will be best facilitate the rehabilitation of offenders and their reintegration into the community as law-abiding citizens. The protection of society is the paramount consideration for the board and the provincial parole boards in the determination of all cases. In order to do that, parole boards have to take into consideration all relevant available information, including the stated reasons and recommendations of the sentencing judge, the nature and gravity of the offense, the degree of responsibility of the offender, information from the trial or sentencing process, and information obtained from victims, offenders, and other components of the criminal justice system, including assessments provided by correctional authorities. As the system is now structured, and what this bill sets out to correct, an offender can apply for a parole a year after being refused parole by a parole board. I do not think that is right when it comes to those who convicted of murder, our most serious crime. A parole board hearing is a serious affair. The prisoner hoping to be released make a case as to why the punishment they have already received is sufficient. They explain why they are no longer a danger to society. But that's not all it's presented. There is also a case made as to why the parole application should be denied. The prisoner's progress is evaluated, the case is revisited, and memories are stirred. For the families of the murder victims, the trauma of the crime is revisited. They are expected to testify, to describe the impact of their lives, on their lives of the ultimately loss of a loved one through the criminal actions of another. They are asked to revisit a nightmare. And as the law now stands, that they can be asked to revisit this nightmare every year. The system re-victimizes the victims of the crime for no good purpose. One of the great things about being human is that we have the capacity for change. We can repent of our actions, we can be redeemed. But for most of us, that is a process, which is why I support Bill C-243. This legislation takes into account the reality that change can be a slow process. I believe that there's hope for even those who have committed the worst crimes. I believe that people can and do change their ways. I believe that those who show true remorse for their actions, those who have been rehabilitated, deserve another chance. That's why we have a parole boards to consider whether those who have committed crimes can now be safely returned to society. I do not believe that the parole application process should be used by convicts to re-victimize Canadians. To me, it seems highly unlikely that someone deemed inappropriate for release by the parole boards this year will change so completely in 12 months that the board will change its mind. There is a provision for mandatory review whether the offender requests it or not. This legislation does not change mandatory review. What it does is put an end to the annual re-victimization of the families of a murder victim in a hearing that is almost predestined to end with the offender remaining incarcerated. Those who care about victims' rights should support this bill. I do congratulate my honorable colleague and neighbor, Edmonton Griesbach, for putting together this important bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Alors, avant qu'on continue avec le débat,
Before we resume, the bill that we passed on division has been transferred to the relevant committee just for your interest. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech as well. This is a very serious matter. There are many aspects I think we can agree with, specifically about the gravity of offenses. Of course, committing a murder, of course, is the most serious crime, and there are degrees to that. I also appreciated that the colleague was referring to rehabilitation, even though that may be difficult to conceive of. But we should always remember, Mr. Speaker, that in this kind of bill, we wouldn't want to be substituting our work for the work of the courts. I am not a legal scholar. I'm not a lawyer. I'm always perplexed when we consider changing processes or want to change something as parliamentarians in this respect. Let me explain why. I understand, Mr. Speaker, the basics here. I understand that the idea is to protect families of victims. Let's start with that, in fact. There may be other ways to reach this end. It is horrific, Mr. Speaker, to ask a person or people who have lost a loved one to testify like this. And there've been studies. Most experts agree that family members or their comments are not necessarily, they do not necessarily affect the legal process. Can this be avoided? Do they have to testify? In the context of C-243, Mr. Speaker, here it says that if you are denied parole upon your first request, you can't do it again. So you can't make a parole request. And that means you take away all nuance for the decisions of the judiciary. And in fact, it might have an opposite effect. 32-some% of parole releases are allowed. So that's 3 out of 10. So 7 out of 10 individuals in this case are not allowed parole. If statistically speaking, in some cases, when we discuss these kinds of subjects, Mr. Speaker, we all understand that we have the names in top of mind of certain serious offenders. For instance, let's just think about the Quebec mosque massacre and serial killers. It seems as though the system generally works rather well. Of course, there are deplorable cases that are exceptional cases of people reoffending. If we can limit that further, we should. But in this bill, they're saying to people who've made a parole application once that they can never again make another parole application. That could have unintended consequences because the parole board, I'm concerned that it might influence the members because their duty is not to grant parole if they have the slightest shadow of a doubt that that individual is dangerous to society. That explains the Bloc's position. We are going to, why the Bloc will be voting against this bill, because it is up to the parole board to make these determinations. And if there is a problem, then we should certainly review their appointments to this board, review their workload also to make sure that these people sitting on these boards have time to do their work. My concern is that parole board members could have hesitation and say, oh, maybe that person could be rehabilitated, but we have a bit of a doubt. But then they might say, oh, we have a doubt, but if we say no to this person, that person will never again be able to ask. And so they could be taking undue risks that we're not actually currently taking. So we should consider all effects. I mean, the intention behind this bill is very noble. I'm not in any way challenging that intention. I fully actually concur there is a problem and we need to protect society. We need to protect victims of crime further, but we have to make sure that we're putting forward good bills. And for that reason, I don't think this bill is a good one. If someone had spoken to me about repeat offenders, those individuals who have committed crimes were then released, go back into society, and then they recommit crimes and then end up back in jail, and then they go back out and they come back in. You know, there are nuances. I appreciate the colleague who was mentioning that human beings can evolve, can change. That was a very interesting concept, and he's absolutely right in advancing that, Mr. Speaker. But it's also normal for individuals to think, you know, I'm fine to go back into society, but the parole board members may have other views. They may say, he thought he was fine, but no, we still think he has work to do. And the judges can also, when we talk about this annual review, that's in general under the Act, but the judge may also decide that, no, you can't come back next year. That's in there. It exists, Mr. Speaker. when the member was referring to this automatic 5-year review, if that were the case for everyone, that might be one thing, Mr. Speaker, but the Conservatives seem to have lost track of day parole, or people who are incarcerated, who can leave for the day and then have to come back into custody every evening. And that actually has a high level of success. Let me give you some statistics at the end of my speech to share the evidence that I have to that effect. In the case of day parole, there is no 5-year option. So what this bill is doing, if a person is not granted parole once, that's it. It's over. When you hear in Parliament, Mr. Speaker, I was mentioning, I am neither a lawyer nor a legal expert, but I really do read my files closely, and I don't want to say just about anything. When in the House, people say that murderers are only committed to 25 years of imprisonment. There is a 25-year. There's the factor, that 25-year factor is also very important. When we are informing the public, it's important not to misinform people. If parole is not granted, then it won't happen. Even if parole is granted, there will always be conditions and monitoring, because life in prison remains life in prison as a sentence. It's always problematic to speak to these kinds of bills in the House, because we know these are sensitive issues. We know that these are atrocious things for families that have experienced these crimes. But I'd like to also reiterate my empathy and my sense that we have a duty to these people. That does not also mean that we should pass bills that might actually create further damage to other individuals. And that's why, overall, we are explaining why the Bloc Québécois will unfortunately have to vote against this bill. Mr. Speaker, I told you I would refer to some statistics. Parole, full parole, 32.4% of people are granted full parole. That's 3 out of 10 in the case of day parole. That's 78%. That's far more. Why? Because there's much closer monitoring. People can be closely monitored. And when you look at the results of day parole and having people not do anything untoward, the idea is we want to make sure that there is no recidivism. In the case of day parole, 70% of these individuals do not recommit any crimes. In the case of full parole, it's 97%. I don't think these are terrible, scandalous numbers. Perhaps there are things, however, that need to change. Yes, let's look at some categories. Let's look at some. Let's weight these factors. We need to make sure we don't release people too early either. Let's also always focus on the victims and their families. This is something I think I share with our Conservative friends. I do agree that victims are not heard and supported enough in our society. If the families and loved ones have to testify, but this testimony does not serve, then there might be other options.
Thank you. I'm here to support Bill C-243, Brian's bill, from my friend, the Conservative MP for Edmonton-Griesbach. He's been a tireless fighter, especially for how deeply it impacts Alberta families. In 2012, 35-year-old Brian Alisic and 3 of his co-workers serviced an ATM machine at my alma mater, the U of A. They never made it home. Brian and 2 co-workers were killed. A 4th was seriously injured. All 4 men were ambushed, shot in the back of their heads, point blank. For cash, Brian's life was over. Diane and Mike Brian's folks here today say their son had an infectious smile, a warm heart, a giving nature. A day later, the coward who killed Brian was caught, trying to flee the country. He pled guilty to first-degree murder, 2 counts of second-degree murder, and 1 count of attempted murder. He was sentenced to 40 years without parole. Good. But 9 years into it, the Supreme Court struck down a conservative law that enabled judges to extend parole ineligibility for killers who murdered multiple victims. The conservative law was for a clear reason: to keep the worst criminals behind bars for as long as possible so everyone else can be safe. But that ruling changed things, so Brian's killer can now apply after just 12 years. That means friends and family of the people he murdered must face the guy who killed their loved one, online or at parole hearings, relive the trauma that never really leaves them, all over again, to plea that brutal killers shouldn't be left out to keep themselves and, frankly, every other Canadian safe. But it doesn't stop there. Currently, murderers can apply for parole every single year. That's wrong, and it's what this bill tries to fix. Bill C-243 would ensure that when a murderer is denied parole, they can't apply again the very next year. They'd have to wait at least 5. Now, I personally don't think loved ones of the worst kinds of murder victims should have to go through that even once. But our Conservative colleague brings a reasonable material change for the better. All MPs should support it. It'll help for the now always vulnerable peace of mind of the living victims of these torturous crimes, for everyone who loves the souls and lives taken too soon. Both the brave people who sacrifice themselves to protect, serve, help, and save the rest of us, and those who fight for victims all across Canada support this common sense fix. Like the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, the Canadian Police Association, police associations from Ottawa, Calgary to Toronto, all support it. Victims' loved ones and advocates support it, like Edmonton's Victims of Homicide Support Society, like Christina Trang, whose dad, Hung Trang, was murdered in Ottawa, or Oshawa's Lisa Freeman, who turned the pain of her dad's murder into selfless service for victims in the scary and complex maze of court, trial, and parole systems where the deck often tilts against victims. And I support this bill for all victims. And it's personal. In 2011, my lifelong and best childhood friend, Dana Turner, was murdered. The killer got obstruction of justice and second degree. A warning, I will speak the truth. After previously stabbing her in the head with a paring knife an earlier time, her ex-boyfriend stabbed her in both eyes with a pencil, a theme for him in other crimes, strangled her with shoelaces, and ran over her head and body repeatedly with a car because the farmer's field near Innisfail was somewhat soft to make sure she was dead. In 2016, I spoke about Dana, her sons, all her siblings, her extraordinary older sisters who took on more than anyone could imagine, her mother who will never be the same, her dad, one of my many volunteer dads, and the damage done to everyone who loved her during debate on the Life Means Life Act from former Conservative MP Ron Leipert. That bill would have made life sentences for murder truly mean life, but the Liberals defeated it. I read Dana's sister Paula's victim impact statement here. So to reflect the gravity of what MPs debate, I'll share parts of it again. Paula said, Dana's death has left me often depressed, anxious, suspicious, scared, and angry. Dana's murder required me doing things that I would never wish on anyone. I, with the help of my parents and siblings, had to go through Dana's belongings item by item, box by box, sorting through her clothes, baby memorabilia, mail, and personal belongings, all of which made me feel like I was stealing and violating her privacy. I had to decide what items to keep for her children when they got older, sold the rest at a garage sale, almost giving it away, like everything she had worked for her whole life was suddenly garbage. I made phone calls too and met with Dana's pastor and helped arrange her memorial. I had to print large photos of her to place on a table at the front of the church as there wasn't a body to put in a casket, as her remains stayed with the medical examiner as evidence. At that memorial, Paula asked me to read a poem Dana wrote about friendship, the greatest gutting duty of my life. Dana's loved ones like me spent months putting up missing person posters and searching everywhere. Found out later he'd killed her long before any of us gave up. Paula said, about a year later, when Dana's remains were released to our family, we were able to have a funeral for my sister. I will always be haunted by the image of my father falling to the ground at her casket. In a small room at the funeral home, there wasn't anything I could do to comfort him. I wanted to hold Dana's hand and say goodbye, but when I felt in Dana's casket for her hand, I wasn't able to find it. In the vacuum-sealed bag of bones that was placed under a satin sheet where an inflated pillow was where her head would have been. That's the reality families live with after murder. In 2018, Dana's killer dragged the family back to court for an appeal. He failed, but Dana's family had to go through the trauma and legal proceedings just to keep him in jail. By the way, Mark Lindsay, Dana's killer, is now Roxanne Lindsay or Damaris Lindsay and tried to get into a hospital instead of prison a couple of years ago. MP's top job is to ensure killers can't repeatedly traumatize the people they already hurt. Another Alberta example of how backwards Canada's so-called justice system is of RCMP Constable David Wynn. On the job in St. Albert, he found a stolen truck and a suspect shot and killed him. Constable Wynn died, as the RCMP say, to uphold the right. The killer was out on bail. He had 60 prior criminal convictions, 29 outstanding charges. A fellow RCMP officer, Roland Missick, originally from Lakeland, my husband and I remain close to his brother, shared what he saw that day on Facebook a couple of weeks ago. His head was wrapped in bandages and there were tubes coming out of everywhere imaginable with a breathing apparatus for someone on life support. He was an organ donor, and time was of the essence to use his loss of life to save others. The memory of him fighting for his life will stick with me forever, and he's fought. His body never gave up. The man who murdered Dave took his own life when surrounded by cops and knew he'd have to face the consequences of his actions, the coward's way out. Constable Wynn inspired Bill S-217 by a senator and Conservative MP for St. Albert Sturgeon River, who previously tried to pass it before 2019 to require courts to know an accused criminal history at bail hearings, which is insanely optional right now to make it harder for repeat offenders to walk free. If it had been law, David Wynn might still be alive. Shelley Wynn, a tiny, bubbly, lovely, fierce warrior of a woman, might have her husband. Murderers should not get to force victims' families before them year after year as though the pain of the loss comes with an expiry date. It doesn't. No parent should have to prep statements each year about the worst day of their life as if it ever gets better after that. No sister should have to recount how their sibling was killed just to keep her behind bars. No one should have to watch a loved one break down again since the system makes them relive their trauma. Brian's parents, Dana's children, David's family, and everyone devastated by murder already carry a life sentence of grief. Nothing restores those lives or fills empty chairs at tables. Nothing stops the wish for phone calls or texts that never come. Nothing changes the past, but MPs can change the future. So I urge all, for everyone forced to bury someone murdered by a monster, for every brave first responder, for every innocent Canadian, support Bill C-243, because the least we can do for victims' loved ones is pass this reasonable measure to give some time, just half a decade, to not have to bare their souls and beg, to not have to face the uncertainty, to not tear open those wounds over and over each year for justice. I love you, Turners.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Parkland.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for Lakeland for that very impassioned and personal speech. I was very moved by it, and I want to thank the Member of Parliament, my colleague for Edmonton-Griesbach, for bringing forward this very practical and reasonable legislation that I think will make a significant difference in the lives of victims' families, something that I've been very passionate about ever since I was first elected to Parliament just over 8 years ago. You know, I want to frame my remarks around the principle that our justice system has to strike a balance between protecting the rights of offenders, but also recognizing the lifelong suffering endured by victims and their families. Now, I believe that my colleague has brought this bill forward because Canadians have identified a very real problem in our parole system, one that is forcing families to repeatedly and regularly re-undergo the trauma of their loved one's loss through parole hearings that can happen as often as every year.
And I want to support this. I'm supporting this legislation because I want to ensure that we have a justice system that doesn't impose these unnecessary traumas on families who have gone through the worst experience imaginable. I want to talk about what brought this law forward. It's called Brian's Law for a reason. I'm referring, of course, to Brian Olesic, a father, a son, a hardworking Canadian whose life was taken in a brutal murder in 2012. I remember where I was the night of the Hub Mall shooting. I was working night shift at the Imperial Oil Refinery in Strathcona in Edmonton, and I could see the helicopters flying overhead, and all of us working on the job site were asking ourselves what had happened. And it was a fatal shooting, a fatal and evil betrayal. Brian was working as an armored car guard with his colleagues at the University of Alberta Hub Mall in Edmonton when a coworker, somebody who should have had their back, turned on them and murdered them. In that attack, Brian Olesic, Michelle Shigelski, and Eddie Rehano were murdered, and another colleague, Matthew Schumann, suffered severe and life-threatening injuries, life-altering injuries. And when I reflect on that tragedy, I think about the families of those victims and the entire community in the Edmonton area that knew them. And I want to focus for a moment on those families that were left behind because they are the people who must carry the consequences of this tragedy for the rest of their lives. I think about Brian's parents, Mike and Diana Olesic, they're here today, who lost their son in this tragic, senseless act of violence. I think about Brian's daughter, who was only a child when her father was murdered and who will grow up experiencing many of life's milestones without him. And when I consider those realities, it reminds me that the pain of losing a loved one to violent crime does not simply fade over time. It's not something that heals. And in my view, our justice system does not reflect and recognize that reality. It does not ensure that the processes that we have don't unnecessarily reopen the pain that those families feel every day. I think of the McCann family, who I've been advocating for through my private member's bill that I hope to get passed in a couple weeks here in this Parliament. And they have to go through parole hearings for the man that murdered their elderly parents. And I want to quote from a CBC article that quotes the parole board head in the most recent parole board meeting, where the parole board head stated that it is not a requirement of the parole board, it is not a requirement of the offender to admit to their crimes. How traumatizing is that for families to have somebody brought before a parole board facing the uncertainty and the potential that this person who murdered their loved ones could be released, and the head of the parole board is saying to this offender that you are not even required to admit to what you've done. Now, when the murderer in this case was convicted, the court imposed a life sentence with no chance of parole at 40 years. And at the time, that sentence reflected the seriousness of a crime that took 3 lives and permanently changed the life of another. And I understand for those families that were involved that this sentence, this significant sentence, provided some degree of certainty and reassurance that they would not have to repeatedly confront that offender through the parole process. However, that situation dramatically changed in 2022 when the Supreme Court issued its decision in Bissonnette. That decision struck down legal provisions allowing for consecutive periods of parole ineligibility for multiple murderers. And as a result of this decision, parole timelines for offenders have been significantly reduced. Now, I fully recognize that our courts have a role in interpreting the Charter and interpreting our laws, and I believe that this Parliament has an important responsibility to examine the broader impacts of those decisions and to enact the democratic will of the Canadian people through the laws we make. And in this case, one of the consequences of this court decision has been the increased uncertainty and distress for victims' families who had believed at the time of their loved one's killer's sentencing that they would not have to go through these repeated annual parole hearings, but because of the decision are now being forced to. Under the current system, once a murderer becomes eligible, somebody who's been convicted of first and second degree murder, once they become eligible for parole and apply for it, if that application is denied, the offender can apply again the following year. And when I think about that process, I imagine what it must be like for those families to receive that notice of another parole hearing year after year after year. And I know some people might say, well, these families don't have to attend these hearings. But I can tell you that every single victim's families that I've spoken to feel that it is their duty as a family, their duty to their loved ones, to show up to every one of those hearings so that they can stand up for their loved one who can't be there because of this crime. And that often means a very painful experience of preparing victim impact statements, revisiting the details of the crime again and again and again. And the fact that our country puts these families, and I'm not saying that this process is completely flawed. Obviously, we know that it is necessary for people to have the right to go through a parole hearing. But to force these families to go through this process year after year after year is a grave injustice. When I look at other cases in Canada, I see how these repeated parole hearings can have a deep impact on families. One example that they're very familiar with is with the Bernardo case. His parole hearings have required the families of his victims to repeatedly revisit the horrific crimes committed against their daughters and their friends. And when I hear the testimony of those families, I'm reminded of the emotional toll of those hearings, and that even that process itself can create more trauma. And these examples reinforce my belief that the parole system must be reformed and structured in a way that respects victims and victims' families. And that's why I'm proud to support Bill C-243, because I believe it proposes a reasonable and balanced solution. It would not eliminate parole eligibility, and nor would it prevent offenders from having their cases reviewed. Instead, it would ensure that after a parole application is denied, the next review would occur at an automatic review period already established in law, which is approximately 5 years. And I see this as a practical adjustment that reduces these unnecessary repeated hearings while still maintaining a fair process for evaluating parole eligibility. It would also reduce the administrative burden within the system while ensuring that families are not forced to revisit their trauma year after year. When I consider everything that we've discussed in this House today, I believe that Bill C-243, which is supported by a wide range of law enforcement and victims groups, represents a balanced and compassionate reform to Canada's justice system. I see it as legislation that acknowledges the pain experienced by victims' families and seeks to reduce their unnecessary hardship within this parole process. Supporting this bill, in my view, is about ensuring families like the Alessics and others are treated with the respect and compassion that they deserve. It's about ensuring that our justice system recognizes not only the rights of offenders, but also the enduring impact of violent crime on those families that have been left behind. And for those reasons and many others, I strongly support Bill C-243, and I encourage all members of this House to support this bill to get to committee so that we can finally get it passed and stand up for victims' families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. To conclude the debate, the right of reply to the member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, June 15th, 2012 was a dark day in Edmonton. A young man named Brian Illicik was one of 3 armored car guards murdered. Other victims were Michelle Shogilski, Eddie Rahano, and Matthew Schumann. As they serviced ATMs in the Hub Mall on the University of Alberta campus in Edmonton, their co-worker, Travis Baumgartner, shot and killed Brian, Michelle, and Eddie. Baumgartner then locked them in a vault behind the ATM and fled like a coward in the armored truck. Thankfully, Matthew's life was spared, although he was critically injured. Brian was just 35 years old, a devoted father, a loyal friend, and a cherished son. In 2012, the savage murderer Baumgartner was found guilty. But Brian's parents, Mike and Diane Illicik, are dreading the day when they'll have to face him at a parole hearing. I want to dedicate this speech to Brian and to his parents, Mike and Diane, who are watching what's happening today. This bill is for them. And it's for all the victims left behind. For families, the suffering goes on for decades. In many cases, those left behind must face the person responsible at parole hearings. As it now stands, if a convicted murderer applies for parole and is denied the first time, he or she can apply for another parole hearing just 1 year later and year after year afterwards. Under Bill 2 C-43, convicted murderers could only apply for parole every 5 years instead of each and every year. Mr. Speaker, the trauma endured at these parole hearings is well documented. The families of the victims of Paul Bernardo have spoken about this. They've spoken about the pain of being forced back into that nightmare again and again. Mr. Speaker, another person watching today is Christina Trang. Her father was murdered in Chinatown, which is part of my riding of Edmonton-Griesbach. She supports this bill. Our justice system must protect the rights of the accused and the rights of the victims and their families. Right now, many Canadians believe that balance has tipped too far. They feel the rights of murderers are placed before the rights of loved ones left behind. Hundreds of Canadians coast to coast have signed my petition in support of this bill. This bill does not undermine justice, it strengthens it. It ensures that victims and their families are treated with the dignity they deserve, while still respecting the integrity of our legal system. I believe all MPs on both sides of this House will support that, and I'm hoping they'll vote for this bill to go to committee for further study. To colleagues on both sides of this aisle, I say, think about the Canadians in your riding who have signed petitions and written letters asking for this bill. Please represent them, stand up for them, and support this common sense legislation. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful that this bill has received support from the President of the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, the President of the Canadian Police Association, the Alberta Federation of Police Associations, the Calgary Police Association, the Toronto Police Association, and the Ottawa Police Association. It also had the support of Teamsters Canada and Teamsters Local Union 362, which represented Brian. I'd also like to thank Senator Pierre Boisvenu and Senator Denise Batters for their support, and my good friend, the MP for St. Albert, Sturgeon River, for his support. Thanks again to Brian's parents, Mike and Diane. This bill isn't about politics. It's about people. It's about victims. It's about families whose lives have been shattered by senseless, brutal violence. We can build a justice system that treats victims with the respect and compassion they deserve. That's what Bill C-243 seeks to do. This is for Brian Ilisic. This is for every victim of violent crime and for every family left behind.
The question is as follows. Mr. Diard, seconded by Mr. Cooper, moved that Bill C-243, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act parole review, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
We request a recorded vote, please.
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, March 25th, 2026, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. It being 2:13, the House stands adjourned until Monday, March 23rd, 2026, at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 28.2 and 24.1.